What's going
Good
on? Good morning, Frankmeister.
morning.
What's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Hey,
Down
good
here,
morning.
up here in Delphi. What's going on, Deb? What's going on, Ruckus?
How you doing, man? Hi, Deb.
Another about
Hi.
15 minutes before they open these doors.
Right on.
We got Bowie. We got a lot of the news stations out here. We've got Thomas, Delphi After Dark. Julie Melvin's here. Merle's here. Anya and Kevin are here. There's quite a few people standing in line out here, guys. Ruth Ann
Get the whole
Gordon.
fam damnly.
Russ McQuaid's here from Fox 59. In the
Is he wearing a
archive.
hat?
Who? No, when he got out of the truck, I told Russ, I said, man, you forgot your pimp hat. He just tipped his head at me. And then we got Jinx is here. She's sitting in the truck with Indie Archive. But not as busy as it was when we was here for the PCA, but I'm sure there's going to be quite a few more people that's going to show up here within the next few minutes, guys. But I wanted to go ahead and start the live now because I don't want to miss walking in the door and having to shut my phone off and everything, guys. So I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. And as soon as the hearing's back on, I will join the stream live back, and I'll let Deb and Ruckus are going to take over the live for me, guys. So just be patient and give me a little bit, and I'll be back, guys.
All right, now,
All right.
Frank, when they do the ex parte stuff, hop back on.
Oh, I will.
Because they're
Definitely.
going to kick you guys out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys. I'll see you guys a little bit.
All
See ya.
right. Have fun.
Yep. Yep.
Are you awake, Ruckus?
Yeah, I've been awake since about 5:30.
Oh my.
Yeah.
I got up at 6:45 and I was like, no.
I don't want to see my screen.
We can still hear you. Turn your mic off, Frank.
Here he did. He got it.
Oh,
got it.
I did not want to get up. I am not a morning girl.
See, I am. I love the mornings. Yeah, it's quiet, you know.
Yeah. Well, I guess I do like that when I do have to get up, but I'm just not. I'm a late night person.
Well, we have the grandbabies for this week, so.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, so it's quiet right now.
How old are your grandbabies?
12 and 13.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, I don't really see them that much. They're on their phones or on the computer or, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's quiet in the mornings. I love it. Until my dogs bark at the dogs next door, then I get jolted out of my nice, quiet, serene atmosphere.
Yeah. So I was listening to Murder Sheet this morning, and they said that there could be a stunning revelation today.
What do you make of that?
I don't know if it'll have to do with his psychological issues or like some kind of report that's released, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I know that they're going to talk about that, and that's part of what they're trying to decide should be released or not. But
Well, right now they have an inside track on the defense. Because when they filed on the defensive side, you know, to represent them in certain affairs. So it just my opinion here.
yeah.
What they're doing is they're trying to get all this shit released because that'll taint the jury pool and they can get the venue moved. You know, it's actually not a bad move.
Yeah.
But they're doing some good lawyering. I mean, he got a couple good ones there, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. I did a video about the Ballistics that I released late last night. And one of the things that Andrew Baldwin was able to do with another inmate, I can't really say someone who's been jailed or whatever or accused because I believe it's not finished the trial yet, was to get the gun and the ballistics thrown out. And it was thrown out, and it gave what it happened, like it wasn't the end of the trial then. He didn't walk free, but what he was able to do was to go home on house arrest during that time.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. We call those folks, and you and I would be in the same position if we ever got accused of something and arrested. Pre-trial detainees.
There you go.
Can't really call them inmates or convicts or anything like that.
Right.
They're pre-trial detainees, and they get treated a lot differently.
Yeah.
Because the county jails, there's people that have been sentenced to under a year, so they do their time in county jail instead of state. So there are inmates there as well, but they're kept separated pretty much from the pretrial detainees.
Yeah. This is, by the way, guys, this is Frankmeister's channel. And since he is going to be on location today, he asked Ruckus and me if we would set in and kind of hold down the fort and talk to you guys, let you know what's going on this end. And he will be popping in as he's able to let us know what's happening in court.
Yeah, we're placeholders.
Yeah.
for Frank. Good morning, everybody in chat.
There's not enough coffee in the world today.
Now, this unspent round that they have. Now, there's already precedents in the state of Indiana. I did a live on it once. I think it was White. On this very thing.
White County?
No. The person's name was White. I'll share it with you so you can see it.
All right.
This guy actually got convicted, and he got an appeal, got a new trial, and got convicted again on that evidence. And they still don't have the gun. They still don't have the rifle. But the empty shell casings from the crime scene, I believe it was an AK-47, they're able to match the ejection marks on those casings from a casing that was found in his bedroom. Even though they don't have the weapon, the science is that good, and Indiana has a precedence for it now. So it's not like this is just junk science,
Question.
Yeah.
Question on that. So the ones at the scene were spent rounds.
Correct.
The one from his house, was that one that had been ejected or had been in the barrel before?
Yeah, it had been in the AK-47 before, and he ejected it. I don't recall, without going back and looking at it, whether that was a unspent round or it was a spent casing. But that's what tied him to the crime scene. Now, a whole bunch of other evidence, circumstantial witnesses, stuff like that, played in the game too. But they tried like hell to get that tossed out.
Yeah.
And they were able to get another trial through the appellate system because I'm sorry, my Boston accent. But just because trying to get that tossed out. Because if that got tossed out, the case may have unraveled. But they wouldn't toss it out. Now, any attorney worth their salt will parade experts across that witness stand, trying to say that it's no good. But
yeah,
it's not junk science. Is it strong evidence? It was enough to tie him to the crime scene.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, they had enough with the kidnapping with him on video, but that actually puts him at the crime scene.
Exactly.
So.
And there are 4 things that they're going to talk about today. They're going to talk about setting a trial date, a motion to suppress ballistic evidence. They're going to talk about whether to keep Allen in a state prison or not, and approval of a defense expert.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know how much of that is going to be ex parte, though. I think that's just the evidence, the suppression.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it is the suppression motion.
Right.
And I think that could possibly be his psychological reports. As I understand it, that there was a psychological profile done of him or psychological testing of some type when he arrived at the prison. But that was before he had representation. And it was also before there was any kind of a request for it to be done by the prosecution. So the prosecution is not privy to that information.
Right.
Because it was beforehand.
Well, they have to, when he got brought to the prison, and he's not in general population, that's for sure. He's on the CM wing. So that is part of the intake process. Anybody that's on the CM, solitary confinement, stuff like that,
Mhm.
They have psychologists and psychiatrists and social workers talk to them several times a week. They
Mhm.
all do. Because any human being that's locked in solitary confinement, even though there's a bunch of cells there and you can talk to each other and yell at each other and what have you, it starts weighing on you,
Yeah.
on your mental health. So they have people that go and talk to him, and they are right up on that wing. It's not like they come in from outside. They work for the prison system.
Mhm.
They're not always the best. It's like there's a reason doctors work for the VA and don't have their own practice.
Right.
They have no
It's
bedside manner and they're not very good at that kind of stuff. So,
right. It's a very difficult position.
hmm,
Um, my husband at one point looked at that and opted that it wasn't for him.
hmm,
He does deal with and has his entire career troubled youth, kids that have been in big time trouble. So he does understand this side of it. Um, but yeah, it's not an easy thing for the psychologist or psychiatrist that they have on staff either. And it can weigh on them. So my heart goes out to them
yeah, it's
as
it's
well.
not an ideal situation because the
Yeah.
person is definitely under stress. They've been
Hmm.
arrested, and so they're not in the best. It's hard to evaluate them what they would be like day to day normal life.
Right.
But that is part of the intake process. Now, they may have done a separate, more in depth psychological evaluation that they'll get tossed out. But that one that's part of the intake process, that's got to stay. That's just part of the
Hmm.
prison has to CYA,
Yeah.
so that'll stay. Now with the ballistic evidence, the only thing I can think of, it's like I said, that tied him to the crime scene. The only thing I can think of is if maybe there was a problem with chain of custody
Hmm.
on that. When it was found, where it was found, how it was found, who found it, how
Hmm.
they passed it to the next person, and so on and so
Hmm.
on.
It's interesting. I did a video. My video last night talks about that. I actually posted the rules for handling evidence in the state of Indiana. And there are a couple things that pop up. One is that there was a lady that was rumored to, and again, guys, this is a rumor, but there is a lot of documentation about it. That was rumored to have been at the trails a week after the murders and found something that was bloody, and she turned that into law enforcement. Um, Law enforcement said, well, I can't say law enforcement. One of the police officers that she talked to who did not know about it denied it. He had not heard about it. So she claims that it is absolutely true. There's a lot of documentation about it. Um, so that's one of the things. The other thing is that we know when they were at Richard Allen's house, that neighbors were able to see the items they were carrying out. Dark clothing,
That's
a
crazy.
Macy's bag, a shoebox.
Hmm.
So that comes into question of whether they did handle the evidence properly or not. I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you think?
When I saw that, I was appalled. I was like, God, I hope they're taking that stuff to the van and putting it in the proper containers
Yeah.
because they have bags that have tamper-proof closures on them, and they have that tamper-proof red tape that you often see like on the doors of a crime scene, so you can see if it's
Hmm.
been ripped and anybody went in there. But they have to initial that and create a log. Some of the paper bags have like a mini log attached to it until they can get it to the forensics lab. But it'll show, hey, I collected it. I gave it to Sergeant so and so, who gave it to forensic pathologist so and so, and then from there they start a regular log.
Hmm.
Anybody that goes into the evidence room, once that's been processed, has to sign for that, break that seal, do what they need to do with it, then seal it back up, initial the seal, and then sign it back in. That was part of the process. You see what Hartslux
What?
just said? I have a mini log. I'm Irish. I'm Irish, dude. Mind your business.
I also saw that he said he thought that was March 17th. I actually have the text messages that I post in the video from the lady talking about it. So,
Now, what was it?
well, all we know is that there's a rumor that it was something bloody and small. That's all we
Okay.
know. They never released what it exactly was.
Okay. Because we don't know anything
Yeah,
about the crime scene. We can't go by what Mr. Ives said. He had already stepped down.
yeah,
And I'm sure law enforcement wasn't happy with him talking about it after he stepped down,
no.
making those comments.
Well, and
But
one of his comments has disappeared from all of the articles and recordings. The comment about it being non-secular, that's gone. You can't find it
well,
anywhere
that
now.
may have well been orchestrated as well.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Because I'm sure
Oh,
he just didn't wake up one day and said, I don't want to do this anymore, so I'm going against everything ethical, and so
hmm,
it could have been orchestrated.
yeah,
But they get that's the only thing that I can really think of is the chain of custody. If there was a problem with the chain of custody on that
hmm,
particular piece of evidence, on any of the evidence,
hmm,
but you can't go. Now I've seen pictures of them carrying items out of his home. So if those pictures weren't there, it really wouldn't matter because that witness, the neighbor, you can't really go by what they say. They'll get tore up on cross examination. So that wouldn't help. But since they have pictures and video of it, you know,
yeah,
that whole thing was kind of strange to me. The way he was just outside on the phone, and then he
yeah,
sat in the van with his wife, and then she left. And
yeah.
my wife doesn't care about any of this stuff at all, right? She doesn't listen. She doesn't care about this. Now, if this was Real Housewives of Delphi, she'd watch it, you know. But yesterday or the day before yesterday was the first time I ever showed her the video of the bridge guy.
Hmm.
And just because I wanted to ask her, I mean, we've been married for 36 years. I was like, look, if this was me, would you know that was me? Would you be
Hmm.
able to say, oh, that might be, wow, that looks like it? She's like, yeah, oh, most definitely. That's solid. Yeah. Even if it was further away, I would know if it was you or not,
Yeah.
by the clothes and all that stuff. Now, who's to say that he didn't wear different clothes? But nobody plans, I'm positive, 1,000,000% positive, he wasn't planning on being videotaped by the victims.
Oh no,
Yeah, so,
I don't think so either. And
yeah.
and going back to what you said about your wife, it's funny. I talked to my husband about it, and he said the same thing. He's like, "You would totally know that that was me on that bridge if you saw it." And I said, "Yeah,
Hmm.
absolutely."
Hmm. Now, because it's railroad ties, the gate and stuff like that might make it a little bit difficult. But
Yeah,
just and I'm here to tell you, my wife would snitch me out quick. I mean, it'd have been that day. She
yeah.
wouldn't even need the video, just a picture.
It'd say you gone. And
Yeah.
you're right. That bridge. I was just there a few weeks ago, and of course they finished off one half of it. And it's beautiful, but the other half still stands the same, and it is really in disrepair. There's no way I would walk on it. I know other people would, and Purdue RN has, but I would not do it.
I'm
It's
gonna give it a
it's
shot next month, just
have a
because I want. I don't know how much it's deteriorated over the 6.5 years, but
it has.
especially as a teenager, you see how that would be attractive. It's kind of a rite of
Hmm.
passage type thing.
Exactly, exactly. And and that you can see how they would want to take pictures of it and post it.
Hmm.
Look at what Abby's doing. She's crossing the bridge.
Right. Yeah. So it's going to today's. I mean, it's going to be interesting. That whole thing with Keegan Klein, his last hearing. That fiasco
Hmm.
was surprising as
Yeah,
well. But something needs to start happening here, Deb. You know, something
yeah.
needs to start happening. I think that this will never go to trial. He'll take a deal Today will
Oh, you
probably,
think Richard Allen will take a deal?
yeah, yeah. Well, in my opinion, just from what I've seen and heard and
Mm-hmm.
can put together, that there's more people involved with this.
Mm-hmm.
And again, that's my opinion. It's not popular, but
Mm-hmm.
there was more people involved with this. So,
Do you think
and
there's more people involved with the actual act of the unaliving, or do
yeah,
you think?
I don't think he did it, and I hate using that word, so I won't.
I know, but
I just use the
but I don't
K
want to
word
mess
on
up.
my channel.
I don't. I think Frankmeister might be monetized now, and I don't want to turn his video yellow.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But most
Yeah,
of mine are yellow.
you're missing out on a lot of chump change then.
Yeah, yeah. I figure. I think I've added it up more than once. I think
Yeah.
because I use those kind of words. I think I'm missing out on total like 38 cents.
Oh,
So
woo!
yeah,
Oh, it's not even worth it, is it?
before taxes. Before taxes. So
Before tax.
yeah. So I'm not sweating it.
Yeah.
I'm not sweating. There's not a whole bunch of money in it, anyways.
Yeah.
There's enough to cover monthly expenses and stuff like that, which is nice. So it
Hmm.
doesn't cost you anything for that. But
Right. Exactly.
I gotta be me. I'm 59 years old. Good luck changing me at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Sometimes I
We don't want to
cuss too
change
much
you.
too.
We don't want to change you. You are original and unique, and everybody loves you the way you are.
Thank you. I'm a national treasure.
You are.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would love to bury me.
So let's go back to that. So you think that he did not commit the actual act?
No, no.
Mm.
He I don't think that was ever the plan. And this is just the way I think, the way my mind spins.
Mm-hmm.
It was just either the night before. I haven't been able to nail it down because there's so much else that I've been trying to focus on this,
Mm-hmm.
trying to nail things down. But I don't know if it was the night before or the morning of that the Anthony Shots account made plans with the girls to meet there.
Night before.
Night before. Okay.
Yeah.
So they didn't have much time to develop a plan.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, hey, listen, they're going to be there tomorrow. We need to blah, 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 this, that, and the other thing. And if they did have a plan in place, it sucked.
Yeah.
It sucked. Because law enforcement is very confident that he was there to kidnap, abduct the girls.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? They're very
Yeah.
confident of that, and they're confident that they can prove that.
Yeah.
Now we don't know what he did before on the 13th or after. But I'm sure there's CCTV footage of him in town or whatever, or ring doorbell, something. They have something
Yeah.
that doesn't look good for him, that they haven't mentioned and they don't need to. But his job, he was the one to corral them, to start that whole process of kidnapping them or
Mm-hmm.
abducting them. I like the word abduct better.
Yeah.
But if his plan was to abduct them at the south end of the bridge and then walk them all the way back to the CPS building, that's not a very good plan.
No.
Everybody knows that.
Yeah.
And if he was a lone wolf, in my eyes, he would have came up from the south.
Mm-hmm.
Driving all the way around, and going parking way over at the CPS building does not make sense for someone who planned to go kill these two girls. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to use that word. I
Yeah.
apologize, Frank. If you go yellow, I'll send you a check for 38 cents. But if that was his plan, to take their lives, he would have come up from the south. There's no doubt about it. No doubt about it. Or he had plenty of time. He was off that day. He could have walked along that. What's the other creek that runs behind his house?
Mm.
Bridge Creek, is it? I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, there's a trail there. I believe it's even like an ATV trail, and that goes under the highway and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Or he could have drove up along that private drive and parked off to the side in the wooded area where the train tracks used to be. You can see there's several openings where people go from field to field through that area. So he had other options rather than driving all the way around, risk being seen walking on the trails and all that. But he definitely took. He made it where he could conceal his identity to some degree in case somebody
Hmm.
saw him. So, but anybody would do that. You would do that. I would do that if we had that kind of nefarious plans. But for him to go drive all the way around, park way up at that CPS building, and then walk all the way
Yeah.
down, it just does not make sense
Mhm.
at all. So there has to be, in my eyes, there has to be other people involved. And I'm sorry, guys in the chat, I can read along here, um, but I don't have YouTube up. I'm just strictly on live stream,
Yeah.
so I can't respond in this format. That's what I like about the. Do you have Apple products?
Yeah, I do.
Is your computer an Apple?
Hmm.
A Mac?
Yeah.
I'm
Laptop.
I'm telling you, Ecamm is the bomb.
Really?
That's what I use for my lives. I don't know. My lives look a little different than everybody else's because I use
Hmm.
Ecamm,
Hmm.
and it's made specifically for Mac products,
Oh, cool.
and it's fantastic. I can respond to the chat. I can do all kinds of stuff with it,
Yeah.
and it's seamless because it's made for Mac. You
Yeah.
know.
I'll have to check that out. Um, well, regarding what you're saying, I can absolutely see that, but I can also see a little other side of it. Um, I too think that he did not intend to unalive them, take their lives, whatever we want to say today. Um, I think that during the abduction, the girls ran, and that's how they ended up across the creek. And I think that he freaked out and tried to stop them, maybe hit one of them, knocked him unconscious, and the other had to help drag their friend up the embankment. We've seen some drag marks there. Um, and I think when Libby was tending to Abby, that's when the unaliving occurred to her. I think
Mm.
it was a surprise. I don't think that she saw it coming because they said that there was no struggle,
Mm.
no fight or struggle. But I think that yeah, he had an intention of abducting them for some reason, to turn them over to somebody, or possibly to take pictures of them to for a blackmail type of thing, or just to rape or molest them. I'm not sure what his purpose was. I don't know why, but
Mm.
that's kind of what I see happening. And as far as parking far away, I also thought that he could have parked far away, because if he walked from his house, then that's a direct trail that could be traced right back to his home. So I, kind of thought that. And then somebody brought up the idea that, well, he could have covered his tracks in ways, and that's true. Um, but I think that in his mind, maybe he thought he was parking so far away that he wouldn't be associated with the trail.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah,
don't know.
it wasn't. No matter which way he went, it was not a very good plan
Right. I agree 100%.
at all. But I agree with you as well. That's part of it. The girls ran,
Yeah.
and they ran towards home. I mean, think about it. If you're a kid, if you're them, you know you can't go back across the bridge. They're not going to run south. They're going to run towards home. They weren't that far,
Yeah.
you know.
Well,
And the
and
closest
also,
road to them was in their minds was 300.
and they knew Mr. Logan, and they'd been on his property before and pet the horses, so maybe they were running towards him for help.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who knows? But
Yeah,
yeah, Abby didn't live very far from there at all.
yeah.
I also wonder if that's why one of her shoes ended up on the bridge side and one ended up somewhere else. I wonder if he asked them to disrobe there at the end of the bridge down below on the drive or something, and maybe she saw an opportunity and Libby threw her shoe at him and then they took off running. I've thought about that scenario as well. And just trying to figure out why one shoe ended up on one side and one was somewhere else.
Mm. Yeah. We'll find all that out,
Yeah.
and you know, There's just not enough information that's been released. Law enforcement, of course, knows all of this.
Right.
The digital forensics is probably going to be the most damning.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they did indeed, if the plans were made the night before, there had to be some kind of communication, either in person or digitally, landline,
Mm-hmm.
smoke signal, something
Right.
between the parties involved.
Exactly.
And somebody asked, if he's going to kidnap, why did he bring a knife? We don't know that he brought a knife. We don't know how the girls were killed yet. And a lot of people are really diving in and sinking their teeth into that Ron Logan search warrant.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the narrative that the FBI agent put in there, which is what actually gets the warrant signed by the judge, that's what sells them on it. But outside of that is boilerplate. We're looking, and that's on every search warrant, I guarantee you. We're looking for digital media, bladed instruments, guns. I mean, they listed the whole gamut.
Yeah.
So to pick and choose which one of those they were actually looking for really doesn't make sense to me, because they're looking for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Everything. And people always ask, well, what if they say they're going in there looking for a gun, but they don't find a gun, but they find, a knife or something? Can they take that? Yes, they can, and they will. But that's why they list it, everything. They cover the whole gamut.
Yeah.
So I mean, they can't go in there and take a photo album unless it's got something in it.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's any one of those items, and if it could have been used in the murder, they can take it for testing.
Well, it's interesting too that early on, we heard that they went into CVS even looking for, and I'm sure they went into multiple locations, but they even went into CVS looking for someone who had purchased a kitchen knife and a water bottle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they had some information. There's no doubt about it. They have more information. And like I said, there's a very good reason why they keep that stuff close to the hip.
Yeah.
Especially now. Now, all of this stuff wasn't around in 2008 when I left the sheriff's office. Now it's crazy. Could you imagine if some people got a hold of actual crime scene information? It would be rampant.
Yeah.
And it would get distorted. And all that does, at the end of the day, all you're doing is tainting the jury pool, and you're releasing information that only the person responsible would know. Because I'm here to tell you, crazies come out of the woodwork and confess to things that they did not do all the
Yeah.
time.
Right.
All
We
the
saw
time.
that in the Jean Benet case.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. The ex-teacher, he was in Taiwan. I believe he was in Taiwan, or was he in Taiwan? He was somewhere in another country, another place. I can't remember. I think it was Taiwan. And he just wanted an airplane ride home for free back to the United States, so he confessed to it.
Hmm. Yeah, you'd be amazed. You'd be amazed. But even tips, if the person responsible told somebody, yeah, I took one of their shoelaces, but nobody knows that. Well, when
Mm-hmm.
that person tips into law enforcement, yeah, he said he did it and he took a shoelace. Okay, well, ding, ding,
Yeah.
ding, ding, ding. You know,
Yeah.
but
Exactly. Do
it's
you?
not a science. You're talking
Mm-hmm.
about people, But
What do you make of all of the? Uh, there were like motions or documents that were talking about transportation. I think there were 3, maybe 4 of them
mhm.
yesterday. There were so many, and not all of them could just be Richard Allen. Do you think it could be somebody else, another witness in prison?
It could be at this stage in the game, though. I doubt it. For trial, yes. Um, but then transport orders, there may be more than one. Excuse me. Maybe more than one agency involved in the transport.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to send one to the prison. So that tells him, hey, have him ready because we're
Mm-hmm.
coming to transport
Mm-hmm.
him. And then they give one to the transport company. Hey, you need to go pick him up at this time and bring him here. And then to the bailiffs and the such in the actual courtroom, they need to know he's being transported and make preparations. Make sure there's a holding cell that's out of sight and sound of other people and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And they have to go through all this so that nobody gets caught with their pants down, so to speak. The judge can get really pissed off, say, listen, I sent you all a transport order. Everybody knew. But if they are transporting other people from other facilities and stuff like that, yeah, it could get interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting because it was, one was from the judge. I think one was from the defense, one was from the prosecution. And they were at different times. Like the defense prosecution were released after the judge had already released that transport order. So I can't figure that out.
Yeah, they all have to get it. They all have to get it. That way nobody can say I had no idea. And it's just good lawyering.
Yeah.
If they don't get it, say, hey, we weren't prepared for this. We need a continuance.
Exactly.
But it's no secret either. Anybody that's heard me talk or watched any of my lives, Keegan's involved with this. Keegan, however you want to say it, potato. But he's involved with this. Now, the part that I don't understand is they don't have to wait for him to be sentenced to charge him in the Delphi case. Right? They can charge him. They could have charged him 3 years ago, and he's sitting over there in Miami County. Now, when he's done there, there's a hold placed on him. He's arrested on the Delphi charges, and there's a hold placed on him. When Miami County's done with him, Carroll County will pick him up and bring him over to Carroll County, do their deal there. Even if he's found innocent in Carroll County, then he goes from there to prison on his Miami charges. So the only thing that makes sense, because they haven't done that and they can't keep that a secret, is that he's getting immunity. And I think that's why all the Delphi detectives were there at his sentencing, and they were going to bring him to Carroll County, and he was going to sit there for the duration for trial on Richard Allen, and he's probably got immunity for his testimony. That's my guess.
Yeah, because there were several of those officers were on the witness list, but there were some there that were not.
Well, the witness list doesn't matter once he pleads.
Right, but they didn't know he was going to plead that day.
No, but he had already pled guilty. He got that witness list, and if you ask me, just my personal opinion, saw his dad's name on it. And next thing you know, bang, I'm pleading guilty.
I said that too. I said that too.
I'm pleading guilty.
I agree with you.
And why would what's her, Barbara McDonald? Is that her name? The one that interviewed. Why would she be on there? Everything there was monitored by the prison, so they heard and saw everything.
On there. Yeah, the reason she was on there is when she did the interview with him, there was information that, and this came from Barbara McDonald. There was information that he gave to her that was completely different from the information he gave to law enforcement. And so part of that interview you did not see that they kept separate for the trial. And that's why she was a witness.
It wouldn't... I don't know. She never got to sit alone with him anywhere out of sight and sound of law enforcement while he was in that jail. So anything that was said, they have it and they've seen it, whether it was through a chirp, an email, an interview. So sometimes they'll bring the witness in, and it sounds stupid, Deb, but it's a fact. I've seen it a million times. Are you this person that's talking in this? Yes, I am. Thank you. Have a good day. Any further questions? Nope. This is her.
Yeah.
And some of it's really dumb.
Yeah.
But they do it just to cover all bases so that nobody can say, well, that wasn't her. You couldn't see her face while she was talking.
Right, because that particular segment of the interview, according to her, was not released when she released the big interview to the public. So,
that was a great interview, too, by the way. She did a really good job at that. Yeah, I like her. I like her a lot.
I do, too.
But that whole, and everything that they talked about, law enforcement knew live, real time.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, so But the thing is that they don't, they weren't there to testify. He had already said, "Listen, I'm gonna plead guilty." That was for his sentencing. There's no
Mm-hmm.
trial. There's no witnesses. There's nothing needs to be presented.
Mm-hmm.
So why were they there? You know, why were they there? And now we all know Kagan's a liar, right? We
Yeah.
all see that. He has a problem differentiating between reality and fantasy, to be
Mm-hmm.
honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
So even if he said, yes, my dad is involved with this, they can't believe him. If they had evidence of that, he would have been
Mm-hmm.
arrested already. Now,
Exactly.
now if he said my dad is involved and here's how I know, bang, 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 they say, well, we don't have anything. You
Yeah.
know, we really can't prove it was him. Now, if Richard Allen corroborates that information independently,
Mm-hmm.
then yes, that does hold a little weight. But there also has to be something. It can't be just Richard Allen saying it and Kagan Klein saying it, even though it's
Mm-hmm.
the same and they want to believe it. That doesn't corroborate it. Now, if and everybody knows this too, and I'm positive in my eyes that both the search just outside of Delphi in that river off of 18
Mm-hmm.
and the Wabash was all about those two statements being corroborated.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
so that all comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just interesting, this little dance that they're having is interesting to
Mm-hmm.
watch. It's aggravating, I can't tell you how many people have told me that they lost faith in the judicial system after the OJ trial or after the Casey Anthony trial
Mm-hmm.
or this Joe and Benet
Mm-hmm.
fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe them, but I mean I believe them. When they say that, I don't blame them. Is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
But I tell everybody at this point, I don't care what anybody says or thinks at this moment about Richard Allen. Law enforcement did their investigation for 5.5 years before he was arrested. They had a shit ton of information. They tied him to all that information, and they arrested him. They're very confident.
Mm-hmm.
They turned that over to the DA. Now, and unfortunately, people, facts no longer matter. It's all about sleight of hand, smoke and mirrors, presentation by the attorneys.
Absolutely.
Look at OJ, look at Casey Anthony. And these attorneys bold-faced lie during their opening and closing statements.
Mm-hmm.
Why they're not held in contempt for perjury is beyond me, but that's their
Mm-hmm.
job. But you and I deserve that same amount of representation if something happened to us,
Mm-hmm.
guilty or not.
Right.
So you just have to understand that's the way the American judicial system works. They don't want to lock up innocent people. That's their goal. That's their
Right.
goal. It's not to find everybody guilty. Blah blah blah. They don't want to lock up innocent people. That's why the appellate process takes so long. People sit on death row that confessed for 12, 15 years. They confessed. They did
Mm-hmm.
it. They got them on camera. You know,
Yeah.
and but they have to go through that because they do not want to execute an innocent person, which they have. It's been proven they have executed innocent people
Mm-hmm.
in the past.
Yeah. I think they'd rather have guilty people walk free than to put one, innocent
Yeah,
person in prison. Definitely.
yeah.
I'm going to go back to what you were talking about, Kagan being a liar.
Hmm.
And I've said this before. He reminds me in a way of Joran van der Sloot,
Mm.
because Joran told so many lies that it was hard to get at what anything was actually true in that abduction. And I think he abducted her too, Natalie Holloway.
He absolutely
And
did.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that we're dealing with a similar personality. And I don't think Kagan has really a lot of remorse or care. He just wants what he wants, and he will tell any lie. And I think that, it just reminds me very much of Joran van der Sloot.
I agree. I agree. And Vandersloot's father's place and position there pisses me off too. That whole situation. I mean,
Yeah.
they were using date rape drugs on unsuspecting tourist girls, and the
Mm-hmm.
bartenders were involved, and everything. It's crazy.
Yeah, I absolutely believe that.
It's
Why
crazy.
let's take just one little comment here for Frank. You guys, Frank has put a lot of effort into this. He's up there 2 hours away from his home. So if you can mods post his buy me a coffee or something
Mm.
in the chat, and you guys support him because it takes money today, gas money, food money, etc., to do what he's doing for us. He's going to bring some information to us as soon as he can. Okay.
Yeah, he has a Cash App as well.
Okay. Yeah, if the
Yeah.
mods, somebody who's a mod in here can post all that. I don't know if it's rolling. I haven't seen it roll by itself, but if you can go ahead and post it, please. Yeah, SP74, you're on. Vandersloot's dad was a judge. He
Yeah,
was.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he just it's easy. A lot of people throw around law enforcement corruption and stuff like that. It's not a coordinated effort. It really isn't. Is there corruption? Yes, there's corruption everywhere. Everywhere. I don't care if you work at McDonald's or you work for the Supreme Court.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain amount of you wash my back, I'll wash yours.
Mm-hmm.
Looking out for each other, good old boy. But usually that entails getting a better shift
Mm-hmm.
in law enforcement, not working the high crime shitty areas,
Yeah.
because your buddy's the sergeant, and stuff like that. Covering up for murders and crimes like that, that's that's a very concerted effort. That's a lot. For this to be a cover up, it would have to be huge. And we
Oh yeah.
know, we've seen every little leak. It's gotten to the point where when something gets leaked, I doubt it's even true anymore.
I know.
Although it turns out that it is absolutely true. And you have to, and I'm not talking about outside of YouTube, I'm talking about creators.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to pick and choose which creators you trust that are vetting
Mm-hmm.
information before they get it. And even in that case, they could have been duped. It's happened.
Yeah.
So you have to really just use your own critical thinking and take the information that you receive, process it. But everything that I get that comes out and it's something different, Deb, I have to go all the way back to the beginning again to keep my
Yeah.
sanity. I
Yeah.
can't just make it fit in there.
I talked about that the other day, that for people who are viewers or who haven't been involved in something like this before, when you get that information, go backwards. Don't move ahead with that information you just got. Go backwards and try to prove. I try to prove it wrong.
Mm.
That's my technique, is I go backwards and try to through everything and back to the beginning, like you said, and I try to prove it incorrect. And if I can't, then I start moving forward again, looking for sources that can corroborate
Mm-hmm.
before I release anything. And if it's detrimental to a case, I would not release it. And don't think for 1 minute that creators don't get some valid information, because we have. Um, I'm not going to use an example in this case, but in another case, an actual witness came to me and Sunny and Aspen, and we had an hour-long interview with them backstage. It never aired. We have never aired because the case hasn't been finished, and told us a lot of information. And then that information started coming out. We've never released that because it would be detrimental to the case, but it does happen.
Mm. Yeah, some people just don't care.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, it is what it is. It's going to happen no matter what. But some people are more concerned with being first than being correct.
Exactly.
But even if you're very careful and you're not first and you wait even a week, it can still be proven that was bogus information.
Yeah.
So you just kind of have to, I look at it just because of experience. Does that make sense? Is that something that, would happen? But shit, we're talking about people here. People do some screwed up things, and it doesn't make sense.
Right.
So, you have to remember that, and you have to just
Yeah. And
put it all behind.
a perpetrator's fantasy makes sense to them,
Mm-hmm.
but it might not make sense to us.
Yeah. And the two words that I've used the most since I even started doing this is good point. I'll be discussing something, whether on the phone, on text, on a live,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody will say something, and I want to disagree with it because it doesn't fit my narrative. You know what I mean? But then
Yeah,
my gut's saying,
that's a good point.
yeah, it's a good point.
I
So,
know.
got to go back
Yeah,
all the way to
because
square one.
it
Yep.
could make sense, right? I've done that too in my mind.
Yeah, and I try and avoid, not avoid. I mean, I listen to everybody. I enjoy doing that. I think it's cool watching this process, not just the court process, but
Mm-hmm.
the chats are very interesting. Watching the chat, you can learn a lot in the
Oh
chat.
yeah.
Watching a live,
Oh yeah.
so watching this whole
Absolutely.
thing unfold and everybody's opinions. But I try and steer away from not entertain the people that are like, "This is what happened. I don't give a shit." I just saw in chat that people were talking about height of Bridge Guy.
Mm-hmm.
Right when he got arrested, and they were like, he's 5'4", and people started debating that whole
Yeah.
process. I was like,
Yeah.
I
I
don't
did a
care if
video
he's,
about it.
I don't care if he is 5'4", if he's 6'4". Law enforcement is very confident that he's Bridge Guy, and they've
Yeah.
charged him with it. So until
Exactly.
that changes, and how long has he been in people are still talking about that friggin' PC. How
Mm-hmm.
long has he been in jail on this bogus PC
Right.
that's so weak? And but his attorneys can't get it overturned because of that. The judges aren't. He would be free if it was
Mm-hmm.
that flimsy. We just don't
Right.
know everything. There's plenty there. I've seen people arrested on a quarter of that information.
Mm-hmm.
Over one eyewitness that's even kind of sketchy. But what do? Do you leave a murderer out on the streets till you figure it out? They'd
Yeah.
rather put an innocent person in jail for 6 months and then figure out he's innocent, and then, well, okay, see you in civil court. We'll write you a big check. Sorry
I
for
think
the
they did that to
inconvenience.
Ron Logan.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
He didn't get a big check.
Yeah. Now, see, he's another one. I don't think he's involved. I don't want people to get the wrong idea. But just, I cannot clear him because if you go
Right.
backwards, right, the receipt
Mm-hmm.
was for 5:40. The
Mm-hmm.
the clerk said he was there from a half hour to an hour. So let's just say, I mean, 5:20. It
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
5:20 receipt. Let's err on the side of caution and say an hour. So that's
Mm-hmm.
4:20. It's a half hour drive from his house to there. So that's
Yeah.
10 minutes to 4. We know that he left that dumping station at around noontime. So what did he do between noontime and 10 minutes to 4, which
Mm-hmm.
is when the crime was committed?
Right.
Now, the sketchy part, now, I wouldn't even be talking about this guy at all if it were not for that him trying to develop an alibi for that time frame, that a crime was committed before anybody knew that there was a crime committed.
Mm-hmm.
That looks sketchy as all get out.
I
And,
agree.
and we call that a clue in the business. But they obviously cleared him on that. Who knows? You know who knows why he lied? Him.
Mm-hmm.
He definitely lied. He definitely tried to. Now, whether he did that all the time or not, I don't know. I just know this. He's not Bridge Guy. Law enforcement
Right.
said this guy is Bridge Guy,
Mm-hmm.
and the judge agreed. It's like Doug Carter said. The judge signed the warrant, so the
Mm-hmm.
judge agrees as well. And we haven't seen the rest of that video. Bridge Guy is walking towards the camera. So even though he may have a covering on his face, the closer he gets, the more easier he is to match up to somebody that's known.
Mm-hmm.
Richard Allen just wasn't known up until that point. And it baffles me that in a small town like that, here's this guy lives a mile away from the bridge, works at CVS. How many people see him? And it's
Well,
amazing.
we have seen that there was talk about it, that people did think about him being Bridge Guy, and that he was, turned in according to some people. But then law enforcement came out and said, we've identified that person. and we've moved on from them. And I
Right.
think people just said, "Oh, see, it wasn't him." One of his friends from JC's has come
Yeah.
out and said they identified him. It's not him. He's okay. And so people let it go.
Hmm. Now, I don't know if law enforcement said they identified him, cleared him, or if he said that, Richard Allen
Law
himself.
enforcement came out and said, in regards to the first sketch or whatever, and people thought they were talking about Mike Patty. I forget
Yeah.
how it was worded, but they've identified that person, and the focus is now on the second sketch.
Okay. Now, from what I understand, the second sketch was actually the first sketch,
Yeah.
but they didn't release it. They released the other one.
Yeah.
But I'm here to tell you as well, a lot of attention has been given to those sketches. And folks, I'm here to tell you, I've not ever seen one case at trial where someone was convicted over a sketch.
Yeah.
Look, Your Honor, he did it. Look, see, this is him. See this sketch? That's him. No, that's not how it works. Sketch, just like using the media as a tool, a sketch is just another media to use as a tool. I mean, the person was definitely not African American. We can exclude all those. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's all the sketches do. You know, so, but they've been wrong on cases with that as well.
Yeah.
You know, this guy had most of his case covered, most of his face covered. So
That is true.
Yeah.
So, speaking of misnomers or things that people are talking about, a lot of people have been talking about Libby's photo and that it was photoshopped. A good friend of Carrie Timmons had said, it reminded me that Libby took several photos and she used a filter on several of them. Some of them, one of them was a filter that made it almost look like a black and white picture. And so I'm wondering if she used a filter, a warm light filter on that picture of Abby, and that's why the sole of the shoes look a little bit bright and not quite, it looks more intense and not quite, normal. So think about that too. You can't just say, oh yeah, the shoes look bad or that doesn't look right. You got to think why. Why could it look different? What could have happened? But yeah, from what I understand, there were some filters that were used when the pictures were taken.
And you probably know the answer to this question too. Who released that photo? Did law enforcement release that photo? Or did one of her friends screenshot it and release it?
One of her friends took a screenshot. And I know that they gave it to law enforcement, but I don't recall, maybe somebody in the chat does, I can't off the top of my head recall if law enforcement released it first or if the friend retweeted it. I think the friend retweeted it.
Now you have to ask yourself, if law enforcement saw this photo, and if it was Photoshop, they will know it. They're not that dumb, folks. I don't care what anybody says. They're not that dumb. So they would know if it was Photoshop. So if it were, they're allowing it to be passed around like that for a reason. Okay? Now, I doubt it's to conceal a timeline or anything like that. Law enforcement gains nothing by doing any of that. Gains nothing. You'll never get to the truth by doing that shit. And even if one dummy works in there, the rest of them will say, you're an idiot, we're not doing that. That happens. But law enforcement came right out right away and said, we enhanced that bridge guy photo. So they admitted to it, that they enhanced it. Now, did they make it more blurry? Did they disguise him? No, they tried to enhance it as much as possible. But I also believe that, especially around the right hand pocket area, that they blurred some of that area. It's kind of obvious to see. But that is a evidentiary effect. You know?
Right.
They don't want everybody to know that he had a gun. Some people have figured it out, because what nobody knew for 5.5 years, no web sleuths, nobody, investigators, PIs, nobody had heard nobody had Richard Allen on the radar. And nobody knew that they had this freaking unspent round. That never got out. That never got out that I'm aware of.
We didn't release it, but we had heard early on that there was, from someone who was in the know,
Okay.
that there was.
Well, the first I heard of it is when they made the arrest.
Yeah.
And saying that this is how we tied him to the crime scene because of this unspent round that matches his ejection, his ejector on his particular weapon.
Right. The public, right.
And that stuff is like a fingerprint.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not junk science, but it's not exact science either.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take that, if you got two exact models of Sig Sauers and you start racking rounds out of there and you just throw them in a pile and you give them to this lab and they can separate them and tell you which weapon it came from, that's not junk science.
No.
You know, and if that's enough to tie him to the crime scene, then, and there's a lot, you have to imagine the moment when he's abducting them and he knows he's doing it, he's crossing this line, there's a lot of anxiety and adrenaline in him. So he may have, if he had that pistol in his pocket, either in his front pocket, his pants pocket, or whatever, it doesn't appear there's a holster involved. So if he had in his pocket, he probably did not have one in the chamber.
Mm-hmm.
That's just could have shot himself, I guess. I don't know. Why people would not have one in the chamber doesn't make sense to me, but I understand that people don't like to do that because they don't feel it's safe. So while he was abducting them, he would have had to rack one into the chamber if he intended on shooting them. Now, from what I understand, we don't know mode of death, time of death, any of that. So we don't know. They may have been shot. We haven't heard anything that said, oh, anybody heard gunshots or they found unspent casings or spent casings or anything like that. So it's possible that he racked it and when he abducted them. And then during the melee, them running and all that, and this is all speculation. I'm not seeing this in my head and going, trust me, somebody could say something right now in chat and I could say, well, good point, rewind, that's wrong. But at the crime scene, he may have racked it, not realizing, because of all the adrenaline and everything that's going through his head, that he had already done that, to gain compliance.
Right.
People know that the sound of a shotgun racking will make somebody leave your house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they hear that.
Yeah.
But the same thing, he could have been trying to gain compliance. Now, the best weapon to use against two girls like that, best friends, is love. If you get a hold of one of them, say, listen, I'm going to do this, that the other one will come back. I mean, it's easy to manipulate them like that. Now, that may have been what he did in this case. And I'm just trying to figure out why he ejected an unspent round.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm looking at all, okay, what could it have been? And to me, that's it. He was trying to gain compliance at some point.
I agree. I think so too. I just saw a comment. SP74 said, and they're now using 3D topography imaging on tool marks.
Oh yeah, they can get that stuff down to a science.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's when that round is fired, the projectile goes out the front, but the casing gets pushed back against the breech face. And also, what the breech face is where the firing pin comes out. And there's indentations, there's tool marks, stuff like that. So it's easy to match a spent shell to a weapon by the breech face mark, the BM breech mark. So, but this one wasn't fired. That's what made it difficult. So you can only use the ejection marks. Mm-hmm. And I did a video on this very thing. The top of the magazines also have metal on them. So as you loading these rounds in, they're getting scratched. They're microscopic, but they're getting scratched. And then they're getting scratched past that metal again up into the chamber, into the breech. And then scratched when they get ejected. So there's a lot involved with it.
What would cause it to be ejected after it's been, racked into the chamber? What could cause it? Dropping the weapon?
No, you have to rack
No?
it again.
They have to rack it again.
You have to rack it. For it to be unspent,
Mm-hmm.
you have to rack it. Because if it's a dud, right? If the round's no good, the primer doesn't work,
Mm-hmm.
you pull the trigger, nothing happens, you have to rack that round out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they have, depending on how you maintain your weapon and stuff like that, there's a thing called stovepiping. Have you ever heard that
No.
phrase?
Mm-mm.
That's where once you fire the round, and the gun automatically, the slide comes back, ejects that empty shell, and then puts a new round in. Stovepiping is where that action doesn't take place in the right sequence, and that empty shell ends up getting caught. The slide comes back, the shell starts to pop out, but then the slide goes forward. And so it looks like a stovepipe because it's an empty round. So it's a circular, but it's sticking out at an angle out of your weapon. So what you have to do is rack, tap, and fire to get that, to clear that. Your gun won't fire in that configuration. So you have to rack it again to throw that thing out, to get rid of it. So he would have had to have racked that round out. There's no doubt about it. And people are saying, well, he's not stupid. He would have seen the round fly out. And these are the same people that say these 400 law enforcement officers that are involved in this case are all stupid.
Yeah.
But Richard Allen is not stupid.
Right.
Yeah. But it's
Yeah.
just, it's adrenaline. You don't realize, you don't think about it. That's all part of pre-planning, you know.
If the gun got wet and he went to fire it, he racked it to fire it, and it didn't go off, so he racked it again. Maybe that's why it didn't go. He wasn't able to shoot because the gun had gotten wet. Is that possible, or is that
No.
a big no?
No.
Even if the gun was submersed in water, it would still work.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Now, if it was,
I always wondered about that.
if it was submersed in water, even if it was, I believe that model he has is stainless anyway. But if it got rusted, the firing pin would have to not be operating, have to be, and that works on a spring. So it would have to be submerged in water for a long time. But even still, I mean, they take weapons. I'm a Glock guy, and I know I can hold my Glock underneath the water in the pool for 20 minutes and pull the trigger, it'll still shoot.
Okay. I've always
Yeah.
wondered about that. What was the other question I had? So, you don't think that that unspent round was discarded because of a misfire?
No,
Okay.
no, they would know. They would know if it was a misfire.
Okay.
The primer would still have the firing pin dent in it. You know, the mark from the firing pin, which is also unique to each one. Now, go ahead.
Can I real quickly answer Kay and somebody else up here? Who was it? Sees Through. We're talking about some things that are interesting. They said, why would he dislodge a bullet in between two dead girls? Why would he need to do that? But I know law enforcement said that it was in between them, but we don't know what that means in regards to space. And maybe he was standing there and then, dislodged it and then, unalived the girls and posed them. We don't know that he drugged them or moved them a long distance. Just moving Abby across to where that tree was, or, moving Libby down a little bit where he could cover her with branches. That could be moving. And, the bullet would still be in between them. So I think it's very possible.
Yeah, like I said, we do not know mode of death, cause of death, because asphyxiation could mean you had a bag put over your head or you strangled. You know what I mean? We don't know any of that yet. And I know people are using the word posed. I haven't seen that anywhere from law enforcement. I've only heard the statement by Ives that said it looked staged.
Well, right. He used the word signatures, which really confused me because a signature is something that a perpetrator does at every time he commits, a murder.
To ensure that
So,
they get credit
right.
is what they're
But
doing. Yeah.
the staging and posing is different.
Hmm.
And so that kind of confused me when he said that.
Hmm.
When he used the word signature. Do
Yeah.
you think he just used that word by accident?
I don't know. I've never spoken to him.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. That whole thing pissed me off.
Yeah.
Because if I was on that investigative team, I'd be like, what? But again, that may have been orchestrated. That whole comment may have been orchestrated. Now consider this, right? And this is just purely speculation. That he's not stupid, and he realized that he racked around an unspent round, or even
Mm-hmm.
a shell casing, for that matter. Could he have been looking for it, moving the girls, looking for that round because he knows the general area, but he certainly can't take the time to pick it up during a melee or during a stressful situation. You don't think like that. So maybe just the way they move the girls, looking for that,
Mm-hmm.
looking for Libby's phone, looking for Abby's phone. They don't know
Mm-hmm.
if Abby has a phone or not, you know. And you hate to even try and put yourself in their mindset. But today's day and age, even back then in 2017, you assume a teenager has a phone. You
Right.
assume that.
Right. I just want to break in one thing. It's just a little tidbit of information, but Kathy Allen is present in the courtroom.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
I've always, she's obviously in a bad spot. In a
Mm-hmm.
bad spot. Because none of us believe that if she took a good look at that she wouldn't have said, unless everybody believed at that time, especially if you said law enforcement cleared that person. But, I'm sure even some of her friends said, doesn't that look like Richard
Yeah.
to you? So I don't
Mm-hmm.
know how many
Yeah.
times she had to deal with that question.
Right. And I'm sure that, like you said, if she saw that, she probably thought that looks like my husband.
Hmm.
But then when he said, well, I went to the CO, I went to law enforcement or whatever and told them,
Hmm.
and he wasn't arrested, she's got to think that he's clear. It's not him.
Yeah. And the same small town mentality works both ways as well. Because people in town, man, I heard Richard, or it looks like Richard, but no, he was cleared. Oh, okay. And law enforcement said that? Yes. Oh, well then, it's not him.
Right.
Yeah. It's so strange the way things work like that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you take all the evidence that they had against Richard Allen, which we do not know to this day, we don't know the way they charged him, they know that he knew by kidnapping that they were going to be killed. That's the only way they can tie that into him. So,
Mm-hmm.
and that's, to me, that's what screams that others are involved. They're not saying he murdered them. They're saying that he kidnapped them. And by
Right.
doing that,
They were killed.
right. It's like if you and I were in a
But
car.
does that mean that he knew they were going to be killed, or just means that as a result of him kidnapping, he caused their death or they were killed?
Yeah, it could mean that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm
All right.
not trying to nail it down that close.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because if you and I were in a car and I went to a convenience store, you knew I had a gun, but I'm just
Mm-hmm.
going in to rob them, but I go in and shoot them, you're as guilty as I am.
Right.
But you will be charged with the same thing that I am.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't be charged with murder after the fact, accessory to murder, but no. In Indiana, you're as guilty as I am. It's like you pulled the trigger. There's no differentiating between our charges.
Right.
So why is he charged with murder / kidnapping. You know?
Well, and it's really confusing, but Indiana has some different laws when it comes to murder.
Mm. Well, they do. They make sense. They do, but it's just it's attorney speak. You know, they word their stuff. They use Latin words in there and all kinds of stuff just to make it confusing to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a good way to add that onto murder, because that way it makes it easier
Mm-hmm.
on the prosecutor.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to prove that he murdered the girls. They just have to prove that he kidnapped them.
Right.
And by kidnapping them, they were murdered.
Right. Boston was saying a woman can sense these type of things, that sense and feel that, her husband had done something. Well, I will say a couple things. First of all, her brother had just died. Not too long before that, Kathy Allen's. And we know they were close, and that because of lots of times where she posted on her Facebook saying how depressed she was and etc. And of course she would be if it was your sibling. I think she had that going on. And then she also had the responsibility of taking care of her mom in Peru. So she was kind of busy. So that could have clouded the issue, might not have been around him as often. But also, you would not want to think, you wouldn't want to believe that that is your spouse. And so your mind would push that away. So even though maybe subconsciously she knew, maybe consciously she was pushing that aside because she didn't want it to be true.
Sure. And SP 74 just said the way they charged him is that he murdered them, but he murdered them by kidnapping them. And I agree with that 100%. And this is one of the reasons why I say there are more people involved. If that was the case, why put the kidnapping charge on him? Why not just charge him with murder? Straight up. They don't know what happened they know. They saw the crime scene, but they don't know if he murdered them or not. Let's just speculate that they were killed by a bladed weapon, right? And I hate even thinking about all this stuff, and I'm not trying to trigger anybody. Mm-hmm. But say they know because of that video, they heard a gun rack, or they saw the gun, or whatever, so they know he has a gun. But then they also know that they were not killed by a gun. Mm-hmm. So how do you follow me? It's a little harder. So they may have threw the kidnapping on there because, well, we can prove that.
Right.
We can prove the kidnapping. But I don't see how they don't have DNA.
Well, and we heard early on that they had a partial fingerprint, that it was partial or smeared or something. We've heard that information before. It makes me wonder if it was a partial on the end of that bullet from when he inserted it originally.
Yeah, in that video that I did all about that, I actually have a...
Yeah, which video is that? I'd love to go and watch it.
It's it's about the triangulation, the DNA. It's the one where I have the DNA picture in the background.
Okay.
But if you look at this round, you can see the ridge where it gets hooked on. That's how it gets ejected. Mm-hmm. It gets hooked on there, and then the ejection pin doesn't move. It's stationary. But there's a little hook that pulls it this way, and the ejection pin sends it out. But if you look at the round, you can see how it's got that little area there. Mm-hmm. Now, when I'm placing it in, it feels so good to be able to move my shoulders again.
Oh, yay!
When I'm placing it in, okay, I have to press down on the round that's on top of it, which I'm putting a fingerprint on now too. But when I place this in, I'm trying to do this so you can see it.
Yeah. There you go.
When I place this in, I have to push down and then slide it back. Okay? Mm-hmm. So when I slide that back, this area is getting filled with DNA from my fingers.
Right.
That's like I mean,
When you're
it's a DNA dump right there
when you're sliding it
when you're
back,
sliding that in.
could it be smearing the fingerprint a little bit there, sliding it
Oh,
back?
oh, sure. But
Yeah.
again, your thumb is scraping across that area,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a
Uh-huh.
DNA dump. So unless you use
Right.
gloves, then every single round should have your DNA and fingerprints on it, unless you're up to something.
Yeah.
And I know people who are never, ever, ever going to commit a crime that every time they load their magazines or anything like that, they wear gloves. Not
Mm-hmm.
because they want to be clean, because they're like, well, I don't want somebody stealing my gun and killing somebody, and I get arrested for it.
That's a good idea, actually. Good point.
Well, paranoid, but yeah.
Yeah. But in this day and time, you just don't know. I mean,
Yeah, it's like this whole thing with Richard Allen. He's just not acting like an innocent person. That clock starts ticking the second they process you into the jail, when they arrest you.
yeah.
So you got 70 days for a speedy trial. 70 days. But yet he keeps postponing things. Now it's per his attorneys, and they're doing a great
Mm-hmm.
job. But that tells me that they know that he's guilty. So they're
Mm-hmm.
trying to put everything off. They want to find out. At first, they wanted the bond hearing because they want to know what the state has. They know what he took out of his house. They know it's on the PC, but they don't know what else they have. That's what they wanted to find out. Not only that, because they have to present the preponderance of the evidence, which is basically a mini trial. So they're also going to not only find out what they have, but how they plan on presenting it, so
Mm-hmm.
that they can build their case on how to defend him. But if I was Richard Allen and I was innocent, I'd be like, I don't give a damn how many 10,000 pages of shit you have. We need to go to trial right now. I didn't do this.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but that's not what happened, is it?
So Yukio is in the courthouse. So let us know what you see or hear, Yukio. Put it in the chat for us. So far, we've heard that Kathy Allen is definitely in the court. I don't know if she's by herself or who she's with.
Yo-Yo, if that judge sees you on your phone, she'll destroy it. Just letting you know.
Yeah. He may
Not take it, destroy
maybe
it.
outside of the court and the courtroom, but in the courthouse, maybe. I don't know. Hello,
Yeah,
Purdue
she's not there.
RN.
She's in China. Hey, Purdue. Yeah, and for you guys that don't know, Mr. Steve and I are coming to Indiana next month, from the 11th to the 18th. And Jinx, because we're busy. I mean, we've got a lot of stuff going on while we're there. We're going all over the place. But on the 16th, which is a Sunday, Jinx rented Riley Park. So we're going to have a little barbecue there, and Steve and I will be there.
And what day is that?
Sunday.
Sunday the
16th. The
of
5th.
July.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The
I'll try to
15th,
make
we
it.
have a memorial for the Evansdale girls.
Oh, awesome.
So we'll be at that. But then we'll head back down towards Delphi, and then Monday I'm going to spend the day at the bridges, the bridge, the trails, all that. Go around that whole area.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful area. If you've been there, you can understand why people like to go there to take pictures, because I took a bazillion and videos. And also, a lot of people said, oh, if there had been fish in that water, Richard Allen could not have seen them. Yeah, absolutely. I took a video. We could see fish. I went with Purdue RN. We could see fish. We saw a snake swimming up the creek, and it went right under the bridge. So yeah, from 70 feet up, you can see in that water, and you can see fish swimming around. Not that there were any fish that day. I mean, it was February, so most things would have been dormant. But it's
I wish we
possible.
were going in February. I'd like to go when all the leaves are on the ground and there's no
Yeah.
foliage and stuff, to get a real picture of it. And also, the trails have been widened and paved, and the bridge has been altered.
Yeah, it's really, really nice.
But I'm going to be able to test Mr. Weber's patience. I already asked Thomas if I could borrow a fishing pole, because I'm going to go on his property. There's no doubt about it. And if he gives me a hard time, he's just gonna
If not,
listen,
I
I'm
can give you
fishing.
a fishing. I can give you a fishing pole if Thomas doesn't have one.
Okay. And if he doesn't like that, then I'll tell him I do what I want. And if he doesn't like that, I guess it just comes down to who can shoot faster.
Yeah.
But I need to see both sides of that creek. Now, Steve
Yeah.
said last time he went, and I'm joking, of course. I'm not going
Yeah.
there to bother anybody.
Right.
But Steve said he had permission last time he
Yeah,
went.
I think that Kay Weber gave Steve permission.
Yeah, so we'll probably go that route. But everybody's been telling me you can't go over there because that guy will shoot you. Yeah, okay, whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm not going there to start any trouble. But I definitely need to get on. I want to be at the south end of the bridge. I want to be around that whole area, and I want to look at the creek because I'm here to tell you, never part of the plan. I don't care how stupid the plan was to take them across the creek.
Yeah.
To an area that's also exposed.
Who would want to go through that ice cold water?
Nobody.
Nobody.
That wasn't part of the plan.
That's why I believe a desperate. If I was there, and I knew that water was there, I'm thinking I'm going through there. I'm taking off across there because he won't follow me. And I think that's what they did. I think they ran and they went across that. That's why they ended up over there.
Yeah, they were terrified. Terrified. So.
And they'd crossed the creek. Those girls had crossed that creek before, and they'd been on Ron Logan's property, even gotten in a little bit of trouble for it. But they'd also pet the horses. They knew that area.
Well, they're kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, and that's the spot. Other kids went there. Remember when we were teens?
Oh yeah.
I mean, I grew up in the city, but there was a wooded area, and we had all of our keg parties in there.
Yeah.
And somebody yelled cops. 2 people grabbed the keg and run. We weren't leaving that.
Yeah, there was when I was a kid, there was a huge horse farm across the street from us, and we hopped their fence and trespassed all the time. There was a creek and a hill, and that would ice over, and we'd take our sleds down that hill and right across the frozen creek.
Yeah, it's crazy what we do when we're kids. Yeah. But we'll have to wait and see. Now, what do you think if something drastic's going to happen today? What are you thinking?
It had crossed my mind that they might really. I don't know. I don't want to say that. I don't know. I mean.
Well, we've got a whole nother 45 minutes to an hour to kill.
Yeah, I know. Could he plead guilty?
Well, I'm telling you that with these kind of cases, where now keep in mind, the largest CSAM investigation in the history of the state came out of this case.
Yeah.
So, the first people that come clean get the best deals. They get the sweetheart deals, And this is all, of course, to me, it's rock solid that Kagan's involved with this whole thing. Well, he has to be. He created that account. That account was talking to the girls. That account made the plans for them to go to the bridge. And here's another thing, too, that the next day, someone messaged the Anthony Schatz account and said, hey, do you hear what happened to the girls? His response was, OMG, capital letters. What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, so he knew, otherwise you would just say, oh, no, what do you mean? What happened? What are you talking about? No, oh my God, what happened? So this is just his mindset, So he knows a lot more. And I bet you at the end of the day, it's going to come out that he was in that general area. That whole thing with the Marathon gas station as well, with him searching the Marathon gas station. That doesn't mean they were going to the Marathon gas station.
Right.
That could have been Richard Allen saying, hey, listen, right down the street from the Marathon gas station, there's a place where we can park and talk and da-da-da,
Right.
So that could have been it as well. So there's a lot of things you have to consider, and without knowing, it gets crazy,
I just got a message from somebody that said that they were sitting right behind Kathy. Somebody that said they were sitting right behind Kathy at the start of the court, and that people were just socializing, that it hadn't, happened yet. People were just in there. It was half empty. Courtroom's half empty, and that Kathy was giggling about something.
Yeah, that, I mean, if she is totally, and obviously she's either already gave the information that they needed, and
Mm-hmm.
that she was definitely not involved or anything like that. You have to feel for that woman.
Yeah.
You have to feel for that woman. If
And
nothing else, she woke up and said, "Jesus Christ, I'm a bad judge of character."
and
You know?
I will say too that some people do giggle when they're totally nervous and in inappropriate situations. So maybe that's why she's giggling. She's nervous. We don't
Yeah.
know.
I mean, yeah. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, we don't know.
But we, and again, we don't. And this was, for me, I was trying to decide. Okay, because there was some good points made. Well,
Mm-hmm.
maybe he was the lone wolf. You know. So I went
Mm-hmm.
over that whole thing, and what gets it for me is if there is indeed, and well, there is, because it's in the PC, and law enforcement's not going to lie about it. But it depends how believable this person is, the muddy, bloody witness.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody actually saw him and it was him, she identified, yes, that's him, then it could be a lone wolf. Because if they
Mm-hmm.
did it together, why would they let him walk down 300 muddy and bloody? So I try to figure that out in my head. But then, if he's muddy and bloody and there's another person involved, they're muddy and bloody as well. It might have been, you're on your own, buddy. I'm going. It, and my personal way of thinking is they were never ever going to be across that creek. That was not part of the abductor's plan. So
Right.
how do they get them to where they want to take them? They could just, if none of this happened and they were successful in this abduction, these girls would still just be missing,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Right.
So was there somebody on the private
Private.
drive? That's kind of risky, you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Or was there somebody to the south there? Now, we heard guys down the hill. We don't know which way down the hill. They
Right.
might have ran down the hill. There may have been a vehicle or some other type of abduction mode off to the right as you're walking south down the bridge. Could have been down onto the right side. We don't know this. Well, if you do, there's places there where they can drive. I've looked
Mm-hmm.
at, I'm going to see when I go there, obviously. But looking at Google Maps and zooming in, those fields have like roads all around them. And there's areas in there where you could park and nobody would see you. But there are houses in that area. It's not just the Weber house. Down
Right.
towards 200, there are other houses. You have to make sure nobody's there and can see you, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But if that's the case, then the girls took off and ran across the creek. But their objective was to get them out through the south way.
Mm-hmm.
It's either that or, and now we're just assuming that it's an abduction and there's more people involved in Richard Allen, which I believe there is. So it's either the private drive or to the south. Other than that, you would have to either consider the Weber property or the homes just past the Weber property. It looked like there's a subdivision there, but that's risky as well.
Yeah.
I think that the private drive that went up on the south side, not to the Weber property, but went up to the Weber property. There's a field there and there's a clearing that goes right across where the old train tracks were.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to go check all that area out as well. That would just make more sense.
Right. But you're going to go down some hills if you go onto Ron's property.
Yeah,
Be
that's
ready.
okay.
Be
Yeah, that's
ready to
okay.
Go down a pretty steep hill there.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm going to go through the cemetery.
Yeah. Okay. Shane Considine says Julie M is adamant that the older couple on the private drive asked a younger guy to leave their property on the 13th, and he was dressed in black.
How does she know that?
She's been right about a lot of things. So I agree. How does she know that? But she's talked to a lot of people, and she's been right about a lot of things. So
Hmm.
whenever she does speak, I do take inventory of it, and then do my own research. She hasn't been right about everything, but she's been right about a lot of things.
And I'm sure she shared that with law enforcement as well.
Oh, yeah,
If
I'm
she
sure.
knows about it, they know about it.
Right.
Trust me.
Yeah.
So who was that older couple?
I'm not sure.
Right. See, I just
I
can't go with that
Yeah.
kind of stuff.
Yeah. I don't know. Just hearing it just now, I don't know. I'll have to look into it. Also, even though most people around that area would have known that Kay Weber was gone because she was what they call a snowbird.
Hmm.
I think she goes to Arizona. Is that right? Um, Most people would know that she was gone. They would probably also know that her son kept an eagle eye on that
Mm.
property, and so it might be risky to be at their private drive. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, he's protecting his inheritance. He's not stupid.
Yeah, right.
But now you may not have heard anything about this person because that did not include the evidence that they needed for Richard Allen. She could be absolutely right. Do you know what I mean? Because they
Yeah,
know that Richard Allen wasn't that person.
yeah.
We've got him on video, blah, 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 make the arrest, and they're still working that side of it.
Yeah, so many times. Now, I will say that I think it was one of the Maxwell boys that was dressed in black that was seen walking through the park. And maybe that was totally separate from this situation,
Hmm.
because Tara did see him and she reported that she saw him. So maybe that's who it was dressed in black. I don't know.
Because at first I heard there was a woman walking her dog who talked to Bridge Guy, right? But that turned out, I guess, not to be true.
Well, I think that was, I'll tell you that in just a second. Let me just say that Richard Allen has arrived, according to sources that just messaged me. He
Good.
has arrived at the courthouse. Okay, so I think that story was confused, that there was a man walking a dog and there was a woman who had dogs who looked out her window and saw something. And I think that another creator early on combined those two stories to make a dog walking lady.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
It's just hard to, there's just so much. Flannel shirt guy,
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Yeah.
where was he during this whole thing? If Richard Allen was the only man seen in that area, who's flannel
Mm-hmm.
shirt guy, and how does he come into play?
Mm-hmm.
Shit
Yeah.
like that.
That Dave McCain, and it's been said that Dave and Dan were both there that day, that Dan was riding a bike, but that was very common for them to be there. They feel like that property is theirs, the
Hmm.
trails, and they've worked really hard. I believe it's ancestral property there.
Okay.
And so Dave was there as well, talking, and spoke to Derek. And he's the one that said he saw two people under the bridge arguing. Yeah. Yeah, FSG was accused early on by Harvey Carroll. Harvey never came out and said for sure, but said that that was his suspect. And there were other people who did as well, but he kept quiet during the whole time, which I'm sure he was told to.
Oh, that JLR guy's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me.
He only lives like 20 minutes from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He's like, we should meet sometime. No, we shouldn't.
No.
No,
While I'm
thank you.
thinking of it, I have on my Flora Fire t-shirt.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Got the
And
wings on the back.
Yeah, it's got the wings on the back. So
Oh, that's
if
nice.
you haven't purchased one, I think it was around $34. You can get a sweatshirt too, and it goes to such a great thing. If you go to Meow Zedong's page, I can't talk all of a sudden. I need more caffeine. If you go to Meow's page, she has the the website you can click on, and it goes to a great thing, and that is to buy headstones for the girls. They were buried without headstones. And so if you guys can buy a shirt, that money will go, all the profits from that go to buy headstones for the Flora girls. Are you frozen, or did you?
No.
There we go.
I just looked at my phone, and because I have it on silent, and I had 24 messages. So I'm sorry. I know
That's
this
okay.
is rude
It looked
as
like
hell.
you're frozen. I'm like, oh no, did we lose him? Please don't lose him.
No, I'm here. I have a couple irons in the fire, and I'm working several different things.
Awesome.
Yeah, so, but I don't usually ever have my phone on silent. But it's rude as I suppose not as rude as this, but if you're sitting there doing a live and
Yeah.
trying to help out and you're constantly on your phone.
That's okay. You have to check your messages because you might have a message from somebody. Also, yeah, Noe Almos. You guys may know him as Noe Almos, or the bird. He is there, and he's doing some artist renderings in the courtroom today. So thank you, Noe, for doing that as well.
Yeah, Noe's funny.
Yeah.
He reached out to me. I don't know if you remember the Unsolved.
Yeah.
Did a little thing with him, and he took it down like the next day. I guess he got a lot of flack over it, which is crazy to me. But then Noe reached out to me, and him and I talked on the phone for probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, and he trusted me. Because he had watched some of my lives and he had seen what I said and stuff like that. So he told me a lot of things about Kagan and their conversations, and I still have not shared them. As a matter of fact, the last live that he did, he was saying some things, and I texted him, and I said, "Is it okay to share?" Well, we talked about that, and he texted right away, and about 25 O's. So I said, "Okay, I never will. I'm going to be a man of my word. I am." And
Right.
And it's not like it's going to solve the case or anything like that. He just knows how I feel about Kagan and stuff like that. But everything that him and Kagan talked about, Kagan may have been lying to him, and more than likely was lying to him. I'm not saying I do not believe Noe. I do believe Noe. But, Kagan could have been lying to him. But it's some pretty good stuff. Some pretty good stuff.
Yeah, Anthony France says, why did Noe back the red Jeep theory? I think he got confused there. And again, it might have been another lie.
Well,
we know that Kagan lies all the time.
Noe went to law enforcement when he got out, and he spoke to Vito. He was interviewed by Vito, so law enforcement knows everything that Noe told me. So, and there's a few names that can corroborate what Noe says. And he gave those names to law enforcement as well. So it just it ties things together, but you just have to keep in mind that we're also talking about Kagan Klein here. I mean, there has to be a lot more than just what comes out of his mouth.
Right, because we know he lies all the time.
Yeah, and you can't really pick and choose what to believe with people like him. You can't.
Yeah. Lakeside says, Deb, it's too bad you couldn't go to court today. Well, I guess I could have, but Frank was going to be there, and I'd rather be here helping him out. He's going to be there, and he's going to report. So
I certainly appreciate it, because I offered to do this, and when he said that you were going to do it with me, I was like, oh, thank God. We'll do it.
Well, and that's the reason I agreed to do it. Is like, okay, Breck is going to be there. We'll have something to talk about. Yeah,
it's much nicer. And plus, you're awesome, so it's nice to be able to talk with you.
You are too.
instead of somebody that I don't agree with, and
Right.
you're
And
sitting there arguing the whole time.
right, right. And it's okay. Like, it's okay to disagree with people. Like, you and I had kind of some different opinions on some things, but some people are way out there. And
Hmm.
I'm like, what? Where did you get that?
Yeah, I mean, especially when you disagree on things that can't be proven one way or the other.
Right.
It's stupid to argue about it,
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely.
And I hear this all the time. Well, I need receipts. Well, then you need to go to self checkout at Walmart, because I'm not giving you any receipts. Never have, never will. You know,
Yeah,
I,
yeah.
I'm not here to say, hey, listen, I'm the know all be all, and you need to believe everything that I say. The whole reason I even started doing this was I was just so tired of all the LE bashing,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah.
now people that don't like law enforcement, that's fine. I mean, I understand it. I do.
Mm-hmm.
But people that don't like law enforcement because they don't understand the system and they don't understand tactics and stuff like that, those are the folks that I was trying to get to,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
Yeah, absolutely. When you were talking about, we were talking earlier about backtracking again, about the video and people saying that it was, messed with, etc. And we know that law enforcement and Disney did do some things to it to try to enhance it. But the one thing I forgot to bring up then too is that Gray Hughes did some work on that video.
He did
What he,
great work on that video.
yeah, what he did was he helped to stabilize the video of bridge guy on that bridge. So we removed it and then replaced it back to stabilize it because the camera was shaky. And when you're holding a camera, and I'm sure, Libby was probably getting nervous, it was shaking a little bit. And so he did some work to stabilize the bridge guy's figure on that bridge. So that may be what people are picking up on as well.
Hmm. He did great work on that.
Yeah, yeah, he did. FBI liked it so much that law enforcement, I've heard it's FBI, that they asked if they could use that video. And that's what they did.
Yeah. And he even explained what he did, how he did it, why he did it to
Yeah,
stabilize it.
yeah.
And people have taken that and said, "Oh, look, see, the back doesn't even match the background." Yeah, well, no, because he didn't use that. He superimposed that. I think it was Julie Melvin that took pictures for him, and he
Yeah,
used those pictures to superimpose the video over
right.
to make it fit. Now, here's what we don't know, and there's a big difference. If you take a video on your iPhone, you can watch that video and you can pinch zoom. Now it looks like ass, the more you
Yeah.
zoom in, the worse it looks. So we don't know what they released because he was kind of far away from them when she started that video. But
Hmm.
he was walking towards the camera, folks, getting closer and closer. And the last clip, it's a only like a second and a half of video. You can see by his left leg and his foot turned out that he is starting to move towards the other side of the bridge,
Hmm.
which is where Libby is recording from. So,
Hmm.
Abby must have gotten over close to Libby.
Yeah.
So he just, they've got more of it. And even though it may have been pinch zoomed, so it's hard to identify who it is. And I'm sure some of you guys, I use this as a joke, but it's the truth. If you guys have been to amusement parks, like Busch Gardens and stuff like that, and
Hmm.
certain roller coasters, when you come down this big hill or through something scary, it takes a picture,
Yeah.
right? And everybody's like, and they put it in a strategic spot so you look scared and stuff like that. They can get a clear picture of you traveling 70 miles an hour on a roller coaster, but they can't get a clear picture of a bank robber standing still in front of a teller.
I know, right?
You follow me? So all this shit comes into play. How the hell does that?
Uh,
Today's day
well,
and age,
Interesting little anecdote to that. The funniest situation like that was when my son was little and we took him to Disney and we went into, I forget the name of it, but it's like where all the dinosaurs are and everything. And we're going through the tunnel and there's a point where a T-Rex, bends down and he was sitting right beside me, but I'm so busy watching everything that I wasn't really paying that much attention to what he's doing. When the picture came out, he was literally curled in a ball, like looking terrified.
Yeah. Oh, poor kid.
I know, poor baby.
What you can't see in those pictures either, those theme parks, they try and get to all of your senses, sights, sounds, smells,
Mm-hmm.
all of that. When you go through that, and I don't want to have any crap for pronouncing this wrong. I say Pirates of the Caribbean. Some
Yeah.
people say Caribbean,
Right.
but I say Caribbean. But when you go through that, it's also the smells.
Mm-hmm.
They actually pipe in smell of water.
Yeah.
Because it's a controlled atmosphere and that water's clean, so it doesn't smell like water usually smells. You go to the
Right.
beach, you can smell it and stuff like that. If you're in a swampy area, it smells differently. Well, they all do that, so your poor son, I mean, all of his senses are being attacked at the same time, and someone photographs it.
I know.
Yeah, here's a picture of you at the worst second in your life. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming. $75 for that picture too, by the
Yeah.
way. Thanks.
Right.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we don't live far from Busch Gardens, and
Oh, really?
yeah, we used to get yearly passes every year, and that
That was his favorite as a kid. He loved Busch Gardens for some reason.
oh yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah.
But that ride that's it's built around like the King Tut thing. They actually have a little like you can go through and it's like his tomb, and there's a recording playing over the loudspeaker about his
Uh-huh.
life and stuff like that.
Right.
And we used to love going on that thing. We would wait, and I'm not gonna lie, it's not fair, it's not right, but I used to badge them so we could get up to the front and go to the front seats. You want to be in the front seats. Who the hell wants to look at the backs of people?
Right.
They used to
Yeah.
give a 50% law enforcement discount. I don't know if they do it anymore.
No, I think law enforcement does so much for us, and the pay is not great, that you guys should have perks.
No, the pay is not great.
I agree with perks for the.
Yeah. When I worked at Death Row, I was making $19,000 a year.
Oh.
Yeah. Now that was in 1990, but still.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think I was like $8 away from qualifying for food stamps.
Wow.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I can remember those days. Not making much. Radio isn't a big paying.
Mm.
Especially not until you get up into large market, which I eventually did, but it's a long road.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine. But we all, you look back at things and you say, well, I could have done things differently. I should have stayed in the Air Force. I had 7 years in there. But both my sons were born on Guam. They're actually dual citizens.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and we were young, and my wife, she didn't like being away from her family and friends, having a young family and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
so
Good
we
morning,
got out.
Sloopy. Glad to see you. So we have anything in the chat? Questions that we need to address in the chat? Let me scroll back here and see if there's anything we missed. Coach Kev says, any thoughts on BG's voice, how it sounds different because the direction of Abby's phone? You mean Libby's phone? Guy said to a rear-facing phone, down the hill to a front-facing phone. What? Let me read that again. Any thoughts on BG's voice sounds different because the direction of Abby's phone? I mean, Guy's, and to a rear-facing phone, down the hill to a front-facing phone?
Oh, I think the camera and the microphone, the positioning of it, maybe. But we still don't know how. You got to remember now, she's got this person walking towards her. Does not know what his intentions are. He's just creepy.
Mm-hmm.
And once she finds out what his intentions are, I doubt she's not going to do this number. Go ahead. She had it down by her side, maybe even put it in her pocket. Some of the audio may
That's
be
what I
muffled without video and stuff like that. We just
That's
don't
what
know
I
yet.
think. I think she might have put it in her pocket or hid it. Or even
Yeah,
be so stunned that she dropped her hand down the other direction.
yeah. Because if she did turn her phone, that would, I don't know if it automatically changes the camera or
Hmm.
the position of the microphone. Because this on the back, that little hole in the back is the microphone for when I'm recording this way.
Hmm.
If I'm recording this way, well, then it's this or this microphone. So it does make a difference. I see his point. I see what he's saying. But without knowing, and it was an iPhone 5C.
Yeah.
So,
Let's see if there's anything else. Hmm. If you guys have questions or thoughts, do put them in the chat.
and as far as his voice, Richard Allen's voice, I haven't heard enough of it
Yeah.
to say whether or not that's him saying that.
And when they did take it to a professional, to get a voice analysis, that was their thought too, that there wasn't enough of the voice to make a determination.
hmm hmm Now, I know law enforcement said that Richard Allen is the person responsible. He is the guy in the bridge, and he is the
Hmm.
person responsible
Hmm.
for the deaths of these girls. Now, it was interesting to me, and my part 1 of 5, the abduction. I put some clips of them kept saying them, they, you
Hmm.
know,
Yes.
and stuff like that. But the most interesting one to me was when they released that audio. They said, keep in mind, this is one person talking. It's not two people talking. Again, why would they have to use that verbiage? Why would they say that? They could just say, okay, here he is, and this is him talking.
Hmm.
So if you recognize it. No, they made it. And then they said, you people in TV, you can see this. You can't see what's over here. You can't
Hmm.
see what's over there. You need to keep that in mind. Why would they even go through all that?
I know that is puzzling. I know that they did block out one area because it showed Abby's arm. So I
Hmm.
didn't know if he was referring to that or if he was referring that somebody else was behind them
Hmm. Well,
and
even
trying.
when, like, if you're holding your phone and you're recording, you can see everything with your peripheral vision. You can see
Hmm.
around. What you record does not depict what's actually going on to the left and to the right. So, to me, I think they were just trying to nip it in the butt and
Hmm.
put out some statements to say, listen, you don't know what was happening over here, so don't speculate.
Yeah,
You follow me? Don't ask us because we're not going to tell you.
right.
Because they don't
Michelle,
know either.
yeah. Michelle O has a good question. Why wouldn't BG take Libby's phone if he catfished her there? He would have known she had it, especially if he planned to take them.
We don't know where they found the phone. A.
Yeah,
It could have been under one of the girls, for all we know. Um,
I have heard that.
we don't know. And again, staging could have been them looking for the unspent bullet, devices, what have you. All
Hmm.
kinds of things happen during those kind of events.
Hmm.
If
Yeah,
if crime scenes are, you have to check every nook and cranny. You'd be amazed. Be
I
amazed what
I
happens.
think that it's possible that as he was staging the scene, he might have been looking for that unspent round and couldn't find it. Maybe it was down under the leaves. He might have been looking for a phone, and then maybe he heard Derek yelling for Libby on the
Hmm.
trails, and it spooked him, and he took off. That's a possibility.
Sure. Now you've been there, and I'm going to find out. I just
Mm-hmm.
wish there wasn't any foliage. Do you think
Yeah,
it's possible from the bridge area, say where Cheyenne was when she was there, to hear screams from that area?
I think it's possible, but again, I don't. We don't know that the girls did scream. I will tell you, I had a situation where I was put in a situation where someone was meandering around me, kept coming back as I was walking, and it had gotten dark, and it was real scary. The person had pulled in a car, and I'm an adult person, and I kind of freaked out and didn't do what afterwards I thought, why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that?
Sure.
So, it's possible that he pulled the gun and said, if you scream, I'm going to shoot you.
But I'm talking about if they were killed with a bladed weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Once that starts, all of that's out the window.
But if one of them was knocked unconscious first and wasn't conscious, and the other one was tending to her, and he came from behind and slit her throat, she wouldn't have time to scream or think about that.
Correct.
So that's what made me think, since we've heard no screaming, that could possibly be that it was a surprise, that they didn't expect that to happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, there's so many variables without knowing any of this extra information, because they will know if one of them was knocked unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would settle for right now the coroner's report.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
would be amazing.
We've heard rumors from the coroner's report that support what I said, but we don't know that to be fact because we haven't seen it ourselves.
Well, that makes sense if there was no screams, because I'm here to tell you, once the action starts, they'll scream.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody will. I'll scream like a girl if that's happening.
Yeah.
But if that's the case, but then what if their motive was just to murder?
Mm-hmm.
If that was their motive, it wasn't planned out very well.
Yeah. I don't think it.
What satisfaction?
Yeah.
What satisfaction would they get out of doing it like that?
Right. I don't think it was the motive. I think that they ran and he freaked out and he hit one of them to stop them from getting away, and then he was like, "Okay, I got to finish this now because it's become something I didn't think it was going to be."
And just with that kind of situation, right? And again, I'm not asking you to put yourself in the mind of a killer, because you can't.
Uh-huh.
But kidnapping them, if he was by himself, do you think he would have been able to control both of them and drive?
Right.
That's a hot mess. Now, he may have been able to do it, i.e. knock them out, tie them up, what have you. So we don't know, what his plans were, how he intended on going through with it, if he was the lone wolf, or what his motive was. But if we had the coroner's report, we would be able to probably surmise intent, what his intentions were. Now, we still don't know if SA's involved in this.
Right.
Either. So.
That's what made me think that it wasn't necessarily an abduction to take them away from the scene, but an abduction to do something to them there. Either molest them or take pictures of them to use for some other purpose. Because unless, like you said, there was somebody parked somewhere else, how would he get two girls all the way that distance without being seen? I just really feel like it was meant to be something else. And that's why a lot of the staging happened, because at that point then he felt he had to cover up what it was really truly about.
Yeah,
I guess we'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. We just need more information.
Right.
And I don't have any objective, in this case. I don't have a dog in the fight.
Me either.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to, like everybody else is, and it's nice to provide a place where people can come and discuss it,
Right.
I wish it could be where, like a Zoom meeting type atmosphere. Because I've tried being on panels and stuff, and oh my
Mm-hmm.
good Lord. I mean, it's hard. You and I have talked at the same time several times, but not much. No, we're doing pretty good if you ask me. When you have a panel, forget it. When everybody has something to say. I mean, just listen to that audio tape that's going around.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's talking over everybody and getting upset, and the loudest one wins, and that's aggravating.
I know that I did not publish the audio. I did publish the transcripts, and I decided to publish them. I didn't edit them and correct the word because, when the company was transcribing, the system transcribing it, instead of saying trails, it said train, etc. But I decided just to put it out there the way it was so
Hmm.
that people could see, you know, exactly how we received it, exactly why when some people were reading it live, it didn't sound correct.
Right.
It was just total chaos at points and people yelling.
Yeah, it's hard. Now, I know we choose to do this, Deb,
Mm-hmm.
and I get it.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to read something like that out loud, knowing that, people are listening, and in the back of your head, knowing that they're thinking you sound like an idiot. So, I applaud anybody that gives that the old college try.
Yeah.
With my accent, I wouldn't even bother with it because I'd hear more shit about that than anything. But when I listen to that tape, now I'm desensitized to the max. Nothing on that tape triggered me.
Mm-mm.
To me, it was nothing. I don't even know why it was a big deal. And but to some people, I could see now that I've gotten to, I've been around law enforcement for 30 some odd years. You should
Mm-hmm.
hear us talk. Good Lord. Me in LA, when it's just him and I on the
Oh,
phone or
I've
whatever.
heard you.
Yeah, no, you haven't heard anything. Trust me, you haven't heard anything. And for that matter, me and Mr. Steve, when we get on the phone together, we talked yesterday for a while. And after I hang up, I'm just thinking, if anybody was listening to this, they'd be like, you two are sick bastards,
They
But
would
it's,
say, oh, Mr. Steve.
yeah, but you just get that gallows humor,
Right. Right.
and we're not laughing inappropriately. We're laughing because when you have to deal with things like that,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
um, you'll lose your friggin' mind if you don't find ways around that. There's two different kind of people that I've met. There's a lot of guys I know, they retire and they die within 5 years.
Yeah.
The stress just kills them.
Yeah.
And then there's other ones like me that have learned to look back on it, and the shit that you shared with your friends, your coworkers, you did it together. Like the school shootings, right? I thought it was funny, that one in Nashville.
Uh-huh.
They were actually pushing each other. The three guys that went in there and took whatever that person was, out. They were pushing each other. It was so funny. It's like Three Stooges stuff. It's like, quit your pushing. But they kept moving forward. And I'm here to tell you, they were afraid. They were very afraid. You don't know what you're walking into.
I can't get to it because it's on my phone, but I just saw something come up saying rescheduled with question marks. It was from Purdue. So Purdue, I can't access my text messages. Can you send me more information on Messenger if you're listening?
Let me see what we got.
Are you seeing anything?
No.
Yeah,
No.
send it to me on Messenger, Purdue, if you have information about that. It just said rescheduled, and it had question mark, question mark, question mark. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I've got a lot of texts on other things.
Anything you can tell us about the case?
Not about this one.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not about this case. They're about other ones.
Yeah.
I got some
Okay.
good stuff coming up.
Serena Renee is saying she had read that it was rescheduled till tomorrow.
And Shane said tomorrow is ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, Frank had his chance. We'll do tomorrow on your channel.
Yeah.
Hey, pal.
It'll be my first live.
Yeah. C2 said they can't reschedule. I have snacks ready.
I have this is the guest room that I'm in, and I have one of those little mini fridges in here for the guests. And I'm like, I got my drinks in there, some popcorn.
Yeah, you got it all.
Yeah.
Look, it's so funny. Everybody's like, that's bullshit and da da da. I'm here to tell you, if they reschedule it, it's for a good reason because they're not going to transport him for nothing.
Right.
So.
Oh, I wonder. It is rescheduled till tomorrow.
Now, I wonder if they had the ex parte stuff done.
I want. Originally, they were saying they were going to do it afterwards, but I'm wondering if they did it before.
And that's what caused the rescheduling. Whatever was.
That would make perfect sense. Oh man. Well, if that's the truth, we should have. Frank should be popping in here in a minute.
He's gonna be mad.
Yep.
He doesn't live 2 minutes away from there. He's hours away from there.
Yeah, he's a couple of hours.
Yeah.
About 2 hours. I'm about an hour and 40 minutes, I guess, and he lives a little bit past me.
I hope they postpone it till next month while I'm there, to be honest with you.
Oh, wouldn't that be something? Yeah, because, they canceled the 16th. Remember, they had 2 days set, the 15th and 16th. And they came in and canceled the date of the 16th. So that date might not be available. Tomorrow's date might not be available anymore. I don't know.
Taco Fall just put the 15th hearing is rescheduled for tomorrow at 8:30.
Yeah, I'm hearing tomorrow too, but maybe they did keep it reserved.
Well, either way, whoever's channel would have, I'll help again. I don't mind at all. I'm sure you and I can find something else to talk about.
I'm sure we can.
There's so much to talk about that it's
you
crazy.
can play and I'll sing. How about that?
Yeah. I haven't even touched the guitar since my surgery.
Since your surgery? Really?
This, like I said, it feels good because they were like bone on bone for years.
Oh.
So it feels good to be able to do this and not making noise and stuff, but I still can't. There's a lot of pain, and my physical therapist is a sadist and trying to kill me.
My mom fell and literally just crushed that and had to have a reverse. They reversed it.
Yeah, that's what mine are.
Yeah, and so she had to do that where you have to walk your arm up the wall and
all the
fun things.
Yeah, the little steps.
Yep.
Yeah. But I'll tell you, rehab's important. It is for range of motion. I'll never have full range. It's just what it is.
Yeah, Purdue says this could be the shocker that I talked about earlier.
Oh, thanks. You couldn't tell us they were rescheduling earlier?
I didn't know what it was, just that there was going to be something. Or it could be why. The shocking revelation could be why they rescheduled it. Something big must be happening for a short reschedule. I agree.
I mean, well, put it this way. What would make a difference between today and tomorrow? What did they need an extra 24 hours for? Transport somebody else?
Huh?
To transport somebody else, maybe?
Yeah.
They need somebody else there for something.
Right.
Maybe not even somebody incarcerated, but maybe somebody else needs to be there.
Well, and that makes perfect sense because if it were anything else, it seems like it would take a longer time. Any kind of testing or...
Hmm.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, we just don't know.
Yeah,
We'll find out.
we will find out.
But that's the only thing I can think of. What the hell else? You know?
I'm surprised that we haven't heard from Frank yet.
I'm sure he's doing his due diligence, trying to keep his ear to the wall, listening to what the judges are saying and anybody involved. Yeah, hybrid. I had a total of 3 rotator cuff surgeries done, 2 on the right shoulder, 1 on the left, and
Mm-hmm.
I would much rather have this full reverse replacement. The healing process has been much better than rotator cuff surgery. Sucks.
Yeah.
Sucks. But
True. Coach Kev says the more we know about Delphi, the less we know.
you know, once it all comes out, and even if they, if everybody pleads out in this case and they never release it, somebody is going to write a damn book from the inside. There's just too much interest and too much money on the table to not do that. But Doug Carter has promised, and I am pro Doug Carter. I am. I understand what his position is, and he's very good at it. He's not doing any of these investigations or anything like that.
Yeah.
He's just basically the figurehead, but it's needed. It's absolutely needed. But he said that he will tell the whole story at some point. He didn't say in what format, but either he'll write a book or something.
Uh-huh. Right.
This whole thing is crazy.
Yeah, Doug Carter. He's such a warm, compassionate. It comes off as a warm, compassionate person.
You know, he could be robotic, and people wouldn't blame him for that. With law enforcement, you can't be a nice person. It's unfortunate, you know.
Okay, Aspen is messaging me saying it's not true that it's rescheduled. Okay, let me see if I can find out what is going on. What's going on?
I don't have. It's not rescheduled.
Hang on. Are you getting something that says it's not rescheduled?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. From somebody that's there. Even though my case, it says it's rescheduled for tomorrow.
Okay. And that may be where people are.
Yes.
Oh, but
Yeah.
my case says it's rescheduled for tomorrow?
Yeah, that's what they just sent me. But it's not rescheduled.
Okay, that's what he's saying too. People are mistaken because it says rescheduled on my case on the 16th.
But that was days ago.
It has said that for days, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're lucky, Frank, because we're going straight over to Deb's channel tomorrow.
Oh, my word. Look, is this just not par for the course and craziness?
Yes.
With this case?
Yes. Now we need to scroll up to chat to the first person that said this and find out where they got it from.
They got it from... hang on. I got to get back on the channel here.
Yeah, I've been dying to say this. Don't leave yet. Hang on, Sloopy.
You should have sang that.
Yeah, I know, right?
You know why her name is Sloopy.
Mm-mm.
There's a connection with the lead singer or a musician in that band that recorded the song.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Yo-Yo. She's in China. We'll blame her. Nobody's going to mess with her.
Oh, my goodness. Maria, I'll take my lashings, but I didn't say it first.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not looking for a lynch mob. I'm just saying it's funny how it happens. I'm sure nobody jumped in here and said that maliciously.
Yeah.
You know.
I think Purdue, she said rescheduled with a bunch of question marks. So I think that people were talking about that, and she was
Oh,
wondering if it was true. Huh. Okay.
amazing, isn't it?
That makes sense why we haven't heard from Frank yet. He's still in there.
Hmm.
Yeah, there were rumors that Yukio was Tony Klein or Kagan's aunt. Not true.
Hmm. I love Yo-Yo. Do you see her in the Discord? She's off the
Yeah,
chain. She's off the
yeah.
chain. There's something wrong with that person.
Lots of fun.
Yeah, I love her to death.
And lots of fun in those discords, and a lot of drama.
Hmm. But I get that humor that people have. I try and
Yeah,
see everything as funny.
yeah, yeah.
And the whole, all the drama that's going on with creators and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this too shall pass. But it's to me, it's funny watching it unfold and
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that. I mean,
And it happens to everyone. It happened to me when I first became a co-host on It's Criming Shame with Sunny and Aspen. But mine was pretty serious. Mine wasn't just people saying things about me. It was somebody that was stalking me and threatening me, physically threatening me, all the time. And they would come back. We would block them, and they would come back under a different name repeatedly. And so it happens to everyone. And Sunny gave me the best advice, and that was, it's a troll. Ignore it.
mm,
Don't acknowledge it when it happens. We'll just quietly delete it. Don't say anything about it, and it'll go away. And she was correct. And so that's my advice. If you're a creator and people are saying things about you, just laugh. Be able to laugh at yourself.
mm.
Be able to laugh at yourself and be able to just ignore it and move on. Because if people see it gets under your skin, they're going to keep it up.
Yeah, and that's my point. That's what I was making. Was I've been teasing Prof in Discord
Yeah.
because like a second after I said it in Discord, he would mention it on his live.
Yeah.
So I was like pushing his buttons, pulling his string, but not really. I mean, he's a great guy. He really is. I don't understand what's going on with him, to
Yeah.
be honest with you, anymore.
Yeah.
But I stopped it. I was like, man, this is getting out of hand,
Yeah. Yeah.
But and it's, to me, it's humor. You can poke fun at each other. We should be able to, without animosity, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that's just my humor. But it got out of hand quick. He's
I
in fear of his life, and I was, oh man, I don't want
yeah.
that. That wasn't my
I
goal.
I'm able to laugh at myself, and it's probably because my husband is a comedian at all times, and I have a son that is too.
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Oh, they are not merciful. But
DNA
they're
for
really
what?
funny. They're really funny, and I love funny people. So
Yeah.
yeah, you just got to learn to laugh at it.
But I wouldn't worry too much about threats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I come from a little different background. I worked in the same county that I lived in. So these assholes that I had to deal with, they knew where I lived.
Mm-hmm.
I was doxxed by proxy,
Yeah.
I'd run into them at the mall, at the store, at the movies,
Mm-hmm.
flea market. Now, I did have my wife and children walk in front of me when we were out in public. 'Cause they know who I am, but they don't know who my family is. You know what I
Right.
mean? But I never
Right.
really had that many problems. But
Yeah.
if I wasn't afraid of those people who threatened to kill me to my face, I'm certainly not going to be afraid of someone sitting in front of a camera and a keyboard
Mm-hmm.
threatening me.
Mm-hmm. Well, Sunny took care of that person too, because at the same time they were threatening me, she dropped a link for somebody else to come on, and they came on, and they showed their face first by accident and then exposed themselves. And someone in the chat screenshotted the person's face. And we knew the name was the same person that had been threatening me. And so she did a video showing what the person did. and saying how they had been threatening me. And she put it out on social media, on Twitter, on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere. And that person freaked out.
Well, that's what they get.
Yeah.
You know,
She totally exposed him, and
to me,
he's
I
not a
enjoy
person.
this. I love doing this, and I've gotten to meet all you awesome people, to be honest with
Right.
you. But I could hit this power button tomorrow and never come on, and my life changes zero.
Yeah.
You know, all of us, we're all the same. This is just another way of. I mean, it used to be sitting around having coffee, bullshit, and talking about things, book clubs, and meeting. Now it's really easy to get in touch with a lot of people.
Yeah. And I've met so many wonderful people. I mean, I say it all the time. The people that follow me and follow me on It's a Criming Shame too are just the most fantastic people. And I don't have any drama, and we really don't have a lot at all. And
Mm.
I've made some really good friends here in Indiana as a result of this, Purdue being one of them. So yeah, I'm happy I did it.
Yeah, that is awesome. I can't wait to meet Purdue.
Yeah.
I hope I get to meet some people at that barbecue.
Yeah, I'm
But
going
I'm
to try to come up there.
I'm definitely gonna meet up with Thomas, and I think I'm at Jinx at some point. She promised to cook for me and Steve, so I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
we'll find our way there to eat.
Is Jinx a good cook?
Allegedly,
I will
she
tell
said,
you.
yeah,
I will
she's
tell you who's a good cook. It's Purdue RN.
yes. Well,
Oh my word.
I've already been verified of that with Steve. Steve's already
Yeah.
had some of her food.
Yeah.
You know.
She's amazing.
But I remember when I first started this whole thing. It's the chat is a double-edged sword. You find so much good stuff going on in there, but then you
Hmm.
see people arguing and stuff like that too. And there's
Yeah.
nothing you can do about it. There's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And there's people that like to start shit and blah blah blah, but it's just words, folks. It's typed words. you know,
Right.
shouldn't bother you.
Right. But everyone's not the same, and some people are more tender-hearted than others.
Mm.
And so, yeah.
Yeah, I try to be as nice as possible because I am definitely not tender-hearted. Nothing bothers me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Steffa says YouTube has become her life.
and I see that, and I'm not being judgmental at all. I mean, it's really cool. It's really cool. When I get up in the morning, I have so many things to catch up on. I got so many alerts and shit like that,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and it's all about to me. Right now. I'm working on 4 different cases, active cases, and it's like, man, which one gets you most attention today? You know what I mean? I just met
Uh-huh.
with a detective down in Tampa the other day to get a file, and the whole way there, I'm driving, and one of the other cases I'm working on, shit was moving, so it's like I'm trying to keep up with that when I'm driving, and it's just, man, it's consuming. It's consuming. And again, like you said, you get information from people two reasons. You don't want to share it because it hasn't been vetted, or you promised you would not.
Mm-hmm.
And I tease
Right.
Frank all the time, and you're great about this too with getting paperwork, and you always share it with me. You always send it to
Mm-hmm.
me. But Frank will call me and say, I just got the call, I got the word, blah, 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 blah. I was like, all right, well, I got to go. I'm going to do live right now with that information you just gave me before you can do it. But he knows I'm not going to do that, you
Yeah.
know? And I never have. I don't steal things from people. I'd rather
Yeah.
wait a couple weeks anyways to see
If I get stuff
what
from
happens.
Frank, I always say I'll wait till you release yours.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's so funny. I don't care about being first, you know.
Yeah. I'd rather be accurate. If it's a simple thing like a motion that they filed, I mean that's
Hmm.
pretty cut and dried of what it is. I'll post that on a short quickly. But if I have something else, I want to dig into it a little bit and make sure what I'm hearing is accurate. Somebody just said that Angela Ganote from Fox 59 just posted a couple pictures of Richard Allen. I would love to see those, but I can't find them. Where were they? Whoever posted that, where were the pictures?
I have a picture of him going into the court.
Yeah, that's what I want to see. Can you bring that up? They said he was looking quite thin.
I don't know how to put it on here, but I will do this. See him?
Yeah, I can see it.
He is thin. He's got his head shaved.
Head still shaved. Yeah, oh, he looks really thin. Look at his neck.
Yeah, well, of course he's thin.
Yeah.
He's on that Jenny Crack diet.
Lynn, yes. Can I see your comments? Yeah, Lynn, I can see your comments, but did you say something earlier you wanted repeated? Bob Siegel, let's see. They started at 10, Bob Siegel and WTHR. Yeah.
But he's not, you got to remember too, he's in that redneck rehab. He's not drinking, he's not, because he was fat, dumb, and happy for, well, to be honest with you, all the pictures I see of him, you could tell shit's weighing heavy on his mind.
Oh, yeah.
But, he was fat, dumb, and happy for 5.5 years.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden, click. Now he's got psych problems. And yeah, of course he does. He got caught.
Right. Well, and I think I don't know if I said this to you before, but I've said it on a couple lives before. My husband is a psychologist, and he deals with kids that have done some pretty shady stuff. So, anyway, he's not in private practice. He works for a company that oversees facilities with kids like this in it. So anyway, I showed him the picture of Richard Allen that they posted saying, his psychosis, etc. And I said, can you tell in this picture, what is your impression? Do you think he's suffering from psychosis, schizophrenia? And he first said, well, schizophrenia doesn't, show itself usually in your 40s or 50s. That's something that usually first, comes up in the mid 20s. So that would be rare. It can happen, but it would be rare. And he said, as far as psychosis or anything else, he said, here's what it is. You can't diagnose someone from a picture. And so he said, what I can say is that he looks like a guy that's been under a lot of stress.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm looking for Steffa says, Deb, did you see my comment? Steffa. Every time I give Deb information, she steals it and goes live immediately. Oh, Steffa is one of the other people that I'm glad I met on YouTube.
She's really cool. That live she did with the two people that work with the clinically, criminally insane and all that. That was great.
That was really good. Yes.
That was great.
Listening to every second of it. Yeah. Check Cash David says the problem is if you're committing horrible crimes, you're already not right in the head. Right, but there's a difference in somebody who's just an evil person and somebody who's psychologically like a sociopath or something like that.
What's up, David?
There are people that are not psychopathic or whatever. They're just evil.
See, there's another thing, too. Check Cash David. I met him on the porch with L.A. and all those guys.
Oh, uh-huh.
And, yeah, he's a great guy.
Cool.
And I do get all your emails, and they are funny, and the ones that are serious are very good, Dave, so keep sending them.
Yeah.
I don't respond back, but I look at all of them.
I like his name, Check Cash David.
Yeah.
People come up with some of the most original, cool names on here. I love it. And then there's me, Deb.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
But I mean, it's a nice way to unwind. And you know, I used to think I was the only sicko looking up serial killers and being interested in that stuff. But no, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are. No.
Yeah, I'm retarded, you know. I can't even say that word,
You can't say
Jesus.
the R word.
Well, I didn't say the ah, the second ah, so it doesn't count.
Okay.
Yeah. No, Brad, it's not canceled. It's not rescheduled.
Yeah, it's
Everything's on
not
track.
rescheduled. Somebody got confused. Yeah. I think it's interesting, too, that Kathy Allen admitted to law enforcement that Richard Allen still had the blue Carhartt jacket.
Mm. Now, I've seen some things too that may not have been a Carhartt jacket that he was wearing. Either that or they,
Really?
but there's different styles. I think it was
Hmm.
True Crime Maria that
Oh,
just
yes,
did
yes,
a
yes. She has
about how.
excellent video.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And again, I put two words in the comment. Good point.
I
Because
think I saw that.
yeah, because Carhartt jackets don't have the
Yeah.
logo in the same spot. The one that everybody's familiar with,
Hmm.
it does.
You know, the other
But
thing about that jacket, I've always wondered if he's wearing it inside out because you notice it's really weird, the zipper. It almost
mm-mm.
looks like it's not like it's open and then it looks like it's together and then maybe open again slightly at the bottom or weird looking. So I always wondered if he had turned that jacket inside out so that when
Mm,
he left the area he could turn it the other way.
I gotcha. Yeah,
Hmm.
see, that's you have a good criminal mind.
What are you trying to say? I'm a criminal.
No, that's good thinking.
I,
It's good
I
thinking.
do
But
I
people
do
do all
have an
kinds of
award.
things.
I do have an award for solving a case, so
You do? They gave
I
you
do.
an award?
Uh-huh, I'll show you. Hang on. Hang on here.
Oh, nice. That's a plaque. That's more
It
than an
is. Yeah.
award. That's a plaque.
Yeah, I was honored at a little function they had.
No kidding.
Yeah.
What kind of case was it?
It was a rape case. My neighbor. I've talked about it on my live or on Sunny's live before. Um, my neighbor had been traveling. She was a bigwig at a big company in Indiana. Single girl. She'd been traveling. Came home. Woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. Came out. Someone shoved her in the back. He proceeded to rape her and a lot of other weird stuff. Um, and so the next day, she told me about it and, was needing us to help her, etc. Law enforcement was there. Then they left. She said, he drank a beer from my refrigerator. And I'm like, they took the can, right? She's like, no. I'm like, where is it? She said, in my trash can. And I said, call them. They came back and got the can. That's where they found his DNA. A year later, almost to the date, I woke up, and it's totally a God thing, I think. I woke up in the middle of the night, sat straight up in bed, looked out my window because my house overlooked hers. She was a one-story, I was a two-story. And I saw someone in her backyard. Woke up my husband. We called law enforcement. They came. And that guy, I turned lights on. The guy booked it. But I was standing up there watching where he went. And law enforcement, another God thing, the person that arrested him happened to be driving by the entrance of our neighborhood at that time and pulled in with his lights off, caught the guy. He had a big blade on him, dressed in black, and trash bags and rope. So he'd come back to get rid of her.
Now, was
Uh,
this a local person?
it was somebody that lived. She didn't know him. He had lived probably 20 minutes away. He had seen her at a mall and fixated on her.
Ah, so he's
And
stalking her and everything.
we found out later he'd been stalking her. She had no idea. So anyway, because of getting them to come back and get the DNA, and then actually locating him that night and identifying him, that's why they gave me the plaque.
You should get a plaque. And whoever was the responding officer, she should get fired.
The responding officer that left
Yeah, that left the can there.
it was a new person who had just been promoted to a detective.
Oh, that was a detective that left it there?
Yeah,
So
newly promoted.
but when she called
A he.
police, a patrol deputy showed up and then called the detective. Is that what happened? Because detectives don't just show up at those.
It went into daylight. They brought dogs out. This was the crazy thing. You never know what's going on at night. I knew what was going on because I was involved. But nobody was up in the neighborhood, and yet there were 11 or more police cars lining the street and dogs circling around the pond behind our houses, sniffing, and no one even knew it was going on. Yeah, so
good
all
for
of
you,
that,
Deb. You know how many of those go unsolved? She wouldn't have thought of any of that.
No.
If you didn't tell her.
She had no idea who he was.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yeah. Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, you know
what? He is
what?
still locked up. Yeah, he is still locked up. He got 40-some, I can't remember, 44 or 48 years. And this is the great thing. The judge was amazing. He also put a little stipulation in there that the first $20,000 of money he gets from families that's sent to him goes back to the court to pay off the court costs.
Yes.
So he had nothing to trade with in jail or to buy commissary, etc. with except himself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's... Yeah. Now, I've seen it here in Florida. They take half.
Yeah.
Half. So a family puts $25 in or $50 in, they only get 25 of that. Mm-hmm. Now, and the court knows they're never going to get it all back, but it's certainly going to aggravate the shit out of him for the rest of his life.
Which he deserves.
Because eventually families like, yeah, I'm not giving you any more money.
Right, right.
That's what happened to Kagan. Kagan's broke. You know? Nobody's giving him any money.
Right. Dad's cut off the funds. And
he's getting it somehow, though. He's he's eating honey buns or something. I don't know. He needs to go on that Richard Allen diet.
He does.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So we have 271 in the chat. I'm sure not everybody has hit the thumbs up. If you could do that, please. We'd appreciate it. This is Frank's channel. And also, once again, mods, if you can post Frank's Cash App or his Buy Me a Coffee, because he took the expense of driving, going up there today, got to eat lunch out, etc. And it looks like he's not going to have to stay tomorrow like we thought, hopefully.
And subscribe. If you're not subscribed to Frank,
yeah.
Subscribe.
Yeah.
Get subscribed
to Ruckus Rock's channel as well. I think that Purdue just put that in the chat, and to my channel. I'm trying to make it to 1,000.
Oh, where are you at? I thought you were over 1,000.
No, I'm at about 730, close to 730, I think. You see, I've never done a live, and most of what I've done is shorts. So for most of the time that I've been on YouTube, I was a co-host on It's a Crime and Shame. So the channel thing for myself was fairly new.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That must have had. I came on the scene like a week before. I mean, totally into the YouTube thing. Oh, and didn't even have a channel yet. A week before Richard Allen was arrested. It was when I first started even watching.
Yeah. Well, I am not monetized. When I do become monetized, or if I hit that new thing where you only have to have 500 subs and 3,000 views, my intent is to do a lot of donations. The profits will go to different organizations that help find lost and missing children, that help to support families who have lost loved ones, anything like that. And I've also, when I was on Into Crime and Shame, I donated to the Libyan Abbey Park to get that up and going. And I understand that it takes a lot of money to keep it rolling. So I'll continue to do that. And also, there was a lady that had a really rare form of cancer and big hospital bills. So I was able to contribute to that as well. So that is my goal.
Right on.
Yeah. I'm going to hop off camera for 10 seconds and get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. I think I can hold down the fort. Now, for you guys that are just coming in, just joining, the the hearing was scheduled for 10. I'm sure that it's probably not even started yet. But there's some people in the courtroom, they can't use their phones, but we'll try and keep up with whatever we can. Like I just got that picture sent of Richard Allen. How do you share it? I don't use StreamYard. Like I said, I wouldn't even know how to share that picture if I wanted to.
I don't either because I have never done a live.
Oh, okay.
But it should be, let's see, it should be somewhere where there should be buttons that say more.
Okay, yeah, okay. It says
Under settings maybe.
share screen, stuff like. All right, let me do this because I have all Apple products as well. So I'm gonna airdrop that picture to my computer and then see if I can share that. If I can't, we'll always wish that I could, right?
Right.
Give people something to look at other than my ugly mug.
Thank you, Purdue, for dropping all those links. And for Amy Lynn, thank you.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Hey, Sleuth.
Oh, Sleuth's in there?
Yeah.
What up, Sleuth? Like I said, I don't have the YouTube up. You know, I have the comments on over to the side, but
Yeah.
they get moving too fast for me.
While you're messing on that, I'm going to again share. If you have not purchased a Flora shirt to support purchasing the gravestones for the girls, this is what the t-shirt looks like. It's got the girls' names here with the praying hands and then wings on the back. And then you can also buy a sweatshirt. And if you'll go to Meow Zedong's channel, she has a link in which you can purchase these. And they're really nice quality. I'm real happy with it. And they're around $34, and all the profits from it go to purchase gravestones for the little girls. I think it's a shame that somebody hasn't donated money. I think we said that earlier. Hasn't donated to take care of that. With all the people in Indiana with so much money, athletes, etc. Also, I just got a message that Abby's mom, Anna, is there.
Oh, that's cool.
I haven't heard yet if the Patties are present. Are you figuring that out, how to share a picture?
Yes, I think so. I think so. It's got the picture up.
True Crime Housewife, maybe they should have done that instead of giving a reward to the fire department, right? Maybe the fire department should have taken some of that money and used it to buy gravestones for the girls.
Now, it says that it's sharing. I don't know. Can you see it?
I do not see it.
You are sharing another application window. Stop sharing. I don't have Frank's permission.
Oh, okay. All right.
Well, fine.
Fine, be that way. We'll just hold your phone up to the. We'll just hold the phone up when we get pictures. I always thought it's just too bad that you can't post pictures. I mean, you can post comments in the scroll on here, but pictures that people couldn't post a picture. Of course, I guess it could be a bad picture.
Yeah, and you know that would happen.
Yeah, it would, because we've had it happen live before.
Yeah.
Oh, not fun. Not fun for that, that's for sure.
Yeah, like I said, I learned some valuable lessons past week. You can't. You may know you're joking, but not everybody else does.
Right. Is Libby's mom there? When I talked with Libby's mom's good friend last night, she was staying. Carrie was supposed to be staying with her and going to the trial, but she did have to work, and she was only going to get in around 2 or 3 in the morning to my friend's and her friend's house. So I don't know. I don't know if she did make it or not. Haven't heard. I guess I could message her, find out. Let me see if I can find out. Of course, she's probably in court with Carrie if she's there. But let's see.
Now, see, you people have no idea how much of my accent I've lost, because usually I would say, oh, she's in caught, too. And people think I'm saying caught when I'm saying court.
That is an accent.
That's how I used to talk. It was horrible.
Did you say, oh gosh, wicked, what's the phrase? Wicked cool, wicked
hard. Yeah, but everything's wicked. There was a shortstop that played for the Red Sox, and his name was Nomar Garciaparra. And that was the best name for anybody from Boston. Oh my God, you said your game last night? Nomar Garciaparra hit it wicked hard over the Green Monster. What?
That reminds me of the SNL skits.
Yeah, Wicked Pisser, SP74 said, yeah, Wicked Pisser. Yeah, you know, I asked my wife, did I sound that stupid? She was, yeah. Yeah. It's hard to explain, because my wife's also from Boston. It's hard to explain when you're back when I was growing up in the late 70s, early 80s as a teen. The guys, the dumber you sounded, the more the girls liked you. It was stupid, but that's just the way it is.
You had a lot of girlfriends, didn't you?
Oh, I sounded awful. But, you know, I left. I went in the Air Force. When I got out of the Air Force, I went back to Boston for like a year and went south. But I'm not half as bad as I used to be. I talk to my friends on the phone. I don't know what the hell they're saying. How are you, kid? How are you, kid? What's going on? It's been a wicked long time. How you been? You know, so what? To me, I don't even have. To them, they told me I sound like a redneck. They're like, "Oh my God, you've been in Florida too long, kid. Sound like a redneck."
Yeah. JL just asked, do I have fundraising goals as to how much the gravestones would cost? Meow has all of that. Meow Zedong on her channel. She's the one that's really got most of that information. She's got the link for the shirts, etc., and she has all of that spelled out. If you click on that link in her chat, or on her page. Coach Kev wants you to be his GPS voice.
Oh my God, dude, you'd be screwed. Wait, pull over. Wait, all right, where are we? All right, go back. Bang a Yui. You gotta bang a Yui over here. Yeah,
I love
I'm
that.
telling you.
That would be fun.
You'd be screwed. You'd never get to where you gotta go.
I would be in trouble because I'm already directionally challenged. So.
I'd be like, turn left. Is this a bar? Let's go to the bar. Turn left. I don't care about work.
You know, I wonder what's going to happen in Kagan's case next, because it seems like every time something happens in one case, something happens in another.
If you were to ask me, I would say that the attorneys are working together. Kagan's attorneys, now he's got new attorneys. But there's been a lot of ITTT, which is if this, then that. Mm-hmm. Alan was supposed to have his bond hearing. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Kagan decides he's going to plead guilty, so he's going to have a hearing. Richard Allen's team reschedule his because they want to hear and make sure that that is indeed what Kagan is doing before they make their next move. Mm-hmm. So
absolutely,
we'll see. And like I said, the only thing I can come up with, because they would have arrested him already on Delphi, unless there was a deal in place for immunity, in which case they would take him, once he's sentenced, they would take him over to Carroll County and he would stay there until after the trial. Then he would be taken to, until he testified anyway.
Yeah. Anthony France says, Deb, do you talk to the Patties? I have talked to Becky. I have not talked to Becky since the gag order. I don't want to put her in an awkward position. So once the gag order went in, I did not talk to her after that. But I will tell you that I talk to Becky as a support. I don't pump her for information. I don't ask her for anything. I don't think that's right. I have in the past asked her to validate a yes or no, because I'm trying to help clear up false information, but that's it.
I've never seen a case like this where so many people are talking to families of the victims.
Yeah.
There's nothing, the families want this solved. And there's nothing they're going to say or do that's going to hinder an investigation. So.
Exactly. And I don't want to ever put anybody in that position to accidentally do it. So that's why I am not communicating with Becky right now.
See you later, David. Have fun at the dentist.
Oh, have fun.
After I retired, my wife worked for a dental company, and I used to tease the dentist. I got to meet him because I would go to pick her up and the Christmas parties and what have you. And I used to tease him and say, dude, you need some testosterone shots or something. You're around women all day. You act like a girl. And he did, too. He acted like a girl.
I worked for a dentist office for 7 years as their marketing person. And we had a joke. The dentist was about 5'6", about Richard Allen's size. And we used to tell people that he used to be 6 foot tall until he worked with all of us women, and we just kept pounding him down.
Yeah, until he got, But they ended up calling me and asked me if I wanted a job. And I said, sure. I started out as a receptionist. And about a year later, I was an office manager. And then I moved into regional.
Are you booking appointments and using Dentrix and...
Yeah, we didn't use Dentrix. We used something else.
Yeah.
But it's easy. The first office that I managed, I was a one-man show. I didn't even want a receptionist because I knew how to do all that. And if you do it all yourself, it gets done right the first time. But I learned that people will pay any amount of money when they're in teeth pain.
Oh, yeah.
And they want it gone now. But people had a hard time understanding that when you have an abscess, when you have an infection, painkillers is not what you want. Antibiotics is what you want.
Antibiotics,
Yeah,
right?
that's better than a painkiller.
And it's
And
hard to get numb if you have infection. It's no matter how much they give you, it's hard to get numb
yeah, see,
as well.
SP74 must be in the dental business. Yeah, it was Eagle Soft that we used.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Um, I was going to say something about that. Oh, on the other side of it, we had a lot of pain pill seekers
Oh yeah.
that would come and try and claim they had pain, etc. And doctor would just say, well, I'll be glad to numb you up and get you out of immediate pain, and then we're going to put you on an antibiotic. And that was not ever what they wanted.
Yeah, I had a pretty good eye on spotting them out. I was familiar with their tactics and techniques.
Yeah.
So, but it was a fun job. You know, I enjoyed it. I made a hell of a lot more money than I did at the sheriff's office. That's for sure. I should have done that instead of going into law enforcement.
Yeah. Funny stories. You know that the laughing gas that they give you can kind of make people be uninhibited too.
Oh, sure.
We've had some
Sure.
funny stories from that.
Well, my office used to have once a week pediatrics would come in, and once a month oral surgeon would come in. And it was so funny watching these people coming in for oral surgery, get their wisdom teeth out. Old and young, didn't matter. They're sitting out there and they come up and, you okay, I'm here. They check in, okay. Listen, I took the Valium this morning and, I don't feel anything. It's like, okay, well, just take a seat. And within 20 minutes, they're because we tell them they have to bring somebody with them. And, once, it's like they say, once the gummy drops,
Yeah.
when that Valium kicks in, they're hilarious. They're laughing. Got to be helped
yeah.
in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Can you give me 2 minutes? I'm going to go grab a coffee.
Sure. Absolutely. So while Ruckus is gone, I'm just going to state again, you guys, give a thumbs up to the channel. If you have not subscribed to Frank's channel yet, please do so. Let's lift his subscribers. Also, my channel, if you could please subscribe to my channel, Deb's True Crime Notebook, and to Ruckus Rocks. We'd really appreciate that as well. Also, I put out a video last night about today's court hearings and what you might expect, talking a little bit about the ballistics, talking a little bit about Richard Allen, one of his attorneys, Andrew Baldwin, who had luck in another case in getting the ballistics thrown out, which did not end the case, but because the case is still ongoing, but it allowed the perpetrator to go home and be on house arrest. So, yeah. So check that out as well if you can. And I think somebody's going to drop, if they haven't, Frank's Cash App or buy me a coffee for him. Please do that to support him as well, because Frank has traveled all that way, a couple hours. He's spending his entire day doing that. He's going to have to pay for meals out. He's a former military person. We just want to give him some support. So that was great. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, looks like Purdue dropped that link. And also, I think I just saw that Purdue dropped the link to Meow's. Yeah. Here's the Flora goal, 2,000 raised. 500 has been raised. Let's see. 2,000 is the goal, and $500 has been raised to date. So you can click on that. It'll take you right to Meow's channel, and you can purchase a t-shirt or a sweatshirt that looks like this. It has the girls' names on it. On the back, it has wings. Really a nice t-shirt, a nice sweatshirt. And the profits from that, all of the profits from that will go directly to purchase headstones for the little girls that were killed in the fire, in the Flora fire. So thank you guys for doing that. Any questions you have, suggestions, or if you see any pictures being posted, let us know in the chat as well. Thank you for posting Purdue the coffee, buy me a coffee app for Frank. So you can choose which one of those. He should be monetized fairly quickly, where you can make donations and through YouTube, and also you should be able to buy memberships for people through YouTube, do super stickers and super chats through YouTube pretty soon, because he does have over 500 subs, and he does have the 300 or 3,000 views that he needs. So we should be seeing that coming up pretty soon. Yeah, TTM says literally just had a tooth extracted 3 days ago. Oh my gosh. Be careful. You don't want to get dry socket. That's really painful. They used to give you Halidol before the dentist? Really? That's interesting. That's an interesting drug. Isn't that a psychotropic medication, Halidol? Am I wrong there? That's what I'm thinking. So any questions you guys have about the case? Is Greeno there? You know, last time I saw him on his channel, he was in Oregon covering the murders that are happening there. Looks like it's potentially a serial killer. And I'm not sure. I've heard rumors that he is moving on from Indiana. So I'm not sure if he is back and he's there, or if he's still in Oregon. I guess we'll have to wait and see what he comes up with on his channel. Yeah, Purdue's right. Frank's heart does belong to Delphi, and he's dedicated. We hear from Frank, makes his rounds and calls all day long. And he's the one that's coming up with a lot of documents very quickly and sharing them with people. No, Deb does not have a Cash App yet. I'll do that. I haven't done it yet, but I will do that soon, because then I could go ahead and start making some donations. I will continue because I told Becky I would donate to the girls' park, because it takes a lot of money to keep that running, and they do some wonderful activities there. And I just like the idea that something good was developed to represent and to remember those girls. That's something that children in general will enjoy, and that the girls' names won't be forgotten. And I mean, if I had something like that happen, God forbid it would ever happen, I would want something like that in memory of my children too. It really upsets me when people try to make it something that it's not, and act like they're just raising money for personal use. So think about that. Oh, Susie. That sounds horrific. I guess that does bring up a point of competency to stand trial that we could talk about a little bit. If by chance Richard Allen is found to be psychologically unstable, unfit to stand trial at this point, it doesn't mean that he will get off from the charges. What that means is that he will go into some type of a treatment, and they will work with him until he is competent to stand trial. At some point, he will stand trial. A lot of people were thinking that it meant he would get off because of reason of insanity. But clearly he was not insane at the time of the murders. There are too many rational things that he did, including, there's a rumor floating around, and I'm trying to secure that rumor and trying to find the documentation for it, that there was a report from the laundromat that there was someone right after the murders in the laundromat in a jean jacket acting really weird. So that was interesting to me. Could be totally a bogus rumor, but I'm trying to nail that down. We'll see what comes as a result of that.
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's okay. We needed a break, right?
Well, the
I gotta go.
grandkids are with us for a week, and they're up, so I had to say
Oh,
hello to them too.
oh. And they're here? They're from out of state, or do they
No,
live
no,
in?
no. They live about an hour south.
Hmm.
Yeah, but they're 12 and 13, and I'm preparing my wife for them not wanting to come up
Oh
anymore.
yeah,
I mean, we got all the Xboxes, the TVs,
yeah,
all of that stuff, swimming pool, but they're going to find boys and girls pretty soon.
yeah. Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. It happened to a good friend of mine with her granddaughter, and I said, she's 14.
Yeah.
She wants to be with her friends and her boyfriend.
Yeah.
But it's sad, it'll be sad. And my mother-in-law always found the best way to get to spend time with her grandkids after they got the age was she would take them shopping.
That's all they want from me is money.
Oh yeah, she was
Yeah.
awesome. Like my son said, I have to be careful what I would look at because she would just grab it and throw it in the cart.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
His greatest haul was like he had a cart full of Legos, and then he's a soccer player. He played college soccer as well, and he saw a soccer ball. It was $150 ball, and he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And he was looking at it. She grabbed it and threw it in the cart.
Yeah, might as well.
So
Yeah, and
he
then
was
the first time they go to the field with it, they lose it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he didn't. He was one of those kids when we went to all these big tournaments. He would watch where the balls went that people kicked into the woods and he would go back. He would go get them. And many times he would take it to the referee, and the referee would just say, you can keep it.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Grizz, I see you. I see you talking shit in there about you giving free golf lessons. No, you ain't. No, you
Yeah.
ain't. You're paying for them. He gives me shit right now. Grizz is a good golfer. He told me what he shoot. If he's not lying, a lot of golfers will lie, and
Yeah,
those
kind of
are the
like
ones I
Benjamin.
love. Yeah, those are the ones I love. To be honest with
Yeah.
you. But
Hey,
I was a real good golfer. I was a scratch golfer. I basically played golf for a living in the Air Force. As soon as they found out I was good, they moved me into a job where I had an office. I built bombs for a living, out there humping bombs, and they're like, "Yeah, no, we need to come knock on your door and take you golfing whenever we want." But I've had both shoulders replaced in the past 6 months. So Grizz is taking advantage of that, calling me no arms and all that. But he screwed up, and he said on his live that he'll beat me with one arm
Oh.
for money. So I clipped it. I have that clip, and I'll play it for anybody that wants to see it. So he's going to have to play me for money, and he can only use one arm. So we'll see.
Probably wasn't a smart comment to make, Grizz.
I love Grizz.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
And I'll tell you what, he's very. Anybody that needs intro and outro music, you got to hit Grizz up. He's amazing.
Yep. Tech Death Hippie sent me some music to use on my intro. I need to get that put together.
It does make a difference. I've had people comment that they like my intro music. So it does help.
Yeah.
You know?
Growing Crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that comment. Money, fun is a teenager.
Yeah, that's. I was going to just get my grandkids cash cards, from Cash App.
Mm-hmm.
But then I was like, yeah, no. Once that gets sweet to them, forget it. They won't even have to come get money.
Right. Make them come to your house to get it.
Yeah. That's pretty much the only time they text me is when they want money.
Yeah. I spoil my grandkids. They each have a drawer in my dining room. One is on the end of the table and one is on the buffet. And that drawer is empty except for there's always, when they come to my house, there's always a surprise in the drawer.
Ah, okay.
And so the 6-year-old little boy, he will run out, he will jump out of the car when they get here and run straight towards me. I'm thinking he's going to give me a big hug. No, he runs right past me to that drawer. But
They're not dumb.
the little girl who just turned 5, she was adopted. That's the reason they're so close together. She will just jump in my arms and, hug me and
Yeah.
happy to see me. So.
But let's see if you and people in chat, if we're all in the same boat here. Now, I'm a boomer. I was born in '64.
Mm-hmm.
But still, our general generation, right? How many times did you drop your children off at either one of their grandma or grandpa's house, either side, your husband's, and then went away for a week or for a weekend?
Every weekend.
You did? Okay.
When my daughter was little, literally every weekend, my mom would call. Can we have her for the weekend?
Yeah.
But they lived like 10 minutes from us. And so, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, yes, you can.
We never did.
You never did?
No. Ever. I would never even dream of asking my parents, hey, can we leave the kids with you for the weekend? I would never even dream of asking them that.
Yeah, I never had to ask with them. They were calling me, asking me. Now, with Sam, they had already moved to Florida. They live in Florida. So, yeah, that didn't happen. We had him every weekend.
Yeah. It looks like
and all week long.
Indie Archive just sent me an email.
Let's see what Indie Archive's got.
Oh, he's got his drone up, and
awesome.
he's got some great pictures of Richard Allen going into the... Yeah, wow.
We need to share those.
Yeah, well, too bad Frank didn't give me permission, huh? That'll learn him.
He wasn't thinking, was he?
Yeah, there's some really good ones here, too.
Hold them up on your phone.
All right, hang on. Don't tell me what to do.
I will tell you what to do, but you'll do what you want because you're ruckus.
I'm a grown-ass man.
You do what you want. You're ruckus.
That's right. I've got that on the bottom of my cup.
I love that.
Yeah, I do what I want.
Yeah.
But as you can see, he did it from the drone.
Oh yeah, that's excellent. Can you take your fingers and zoom in real close with that? See if we can see. Yeah, that's a great shot.
He's got several different ones. I'll put them. I'll send them to you.
Okay.
For some reason, I turned my flashlight on. I'm such a zip when it comes to this stuff. I just turned it around. It's like blinding me. I'm like, what the hell? So stupid.
Oh my gosh.
But let me see. He's got
Somebody just sent me something. I don't know. Oh, Aspen. He said he's missing me.
There's right when he's going in the door.
That's a good shot. I never thought about that. What a cool thing to do, to bring the drone.
Yeah, I have a drone. I'm going to bring it with me when I come. Now, I'm sure it's not, it's just a DJI Mini. I didn't want to have to mess with registering it and all that. It's 249 grams. Anything 250 grams and heavier, you have to register with the FCC.
Are you taking that to when you go to Delphi?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But since there's going to be foliage, I mean, and there's been plenty. Indie Archive's got some great drone shots.
Oh yeah. But it would still be really cool to take that, zoom it down straight down the bridge.
I'm going to try and fly it the whole path. I'm going to try and fly it down the bridge and then down, try and navigate it through the trees and stuff across the creek.
Yeah. That would be really cool footage.
I'm not really skilled with it, but I do the best I can.
Yeah.
It's already been this thing has a great range. So I was just flying it around one day, and where I live, it's very rural. and it's all like 2.5 or bigger acre
Mm-hmm.
lots. So I flew it behind, and I guess I was too low, and somebody who lives in the back there didn't didn't
Appreciate
like
it.
that and shot it down.
Oh,
Right now, fortunately, it only hit one of the props, and there was a. It must have been bird shot because it was a shotgun. There's a small hole right in the middle of the prop, so it tried to come back home, but it eventually just landed itself because it couldn't maintain altitude. So I went and got it, and I was pissed too.
yeah.
And my son's like, "Dad, it's not even worth it. Just don't fly it over by his property because that's against the law to do that." But
Is it?
but it's not worth it. Now, if he'd have ruined the drone, yeah, that'd have been a different story. But I just put a new prop on it, and I just don't fly it back there.
Mm-hmm.
These
Yeah.
people around here don't know me. I moved up here to get away from the county
Right.
I lived in. You
Right.
get sick of running into shit bags.
Oh my goodness. When we were in Florida visiting my parents this last time, a couple months ago, as we were walking, they live on a golf course, and we were walking the perimeter of the golf course down to a little creek, and there was somebody flying a drone, and it came up right beside of us. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah, yeah. One night we have a trampoline for the kids,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really nice out, and I was out. We have a detached pool area, so I was out there having a few cocktails and drink, and I decided I'm going to sleep on the trampoline
Oh.
tonight. And it was really nice. There was no bugs or anything. It was cool, and I hear this in the middle of the night, like 3:30 in the morning. Somebody was flying a drone, like right over, on my property, right over looking at me on the trampoline.
Well,
I was like, that's some creepy ass shit right there.
a couple of days ago, Aspen Connor, you know who he is?
Mm-hmm.
He's co-host on It's Crimey Shame, and then he has his own
Yes.
channel.
Mm-hmm.
He was telling us that he had gone on a trip, was in a hotel, and he's sitting in his hotel room and looks, and here comes a drone up peering in his window.
That's some creepy ass shit.
Yeah. Well, you think about it, somebody could get some good pictures of people in it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny as hell.
Yeah, that's pretty. He said he ran over to shut the curtains real quickly.
They're not that easy to fly unless you do them a lot.
Yeah. I've
I
never flown one.
I got them for the grandkids. A couple, and they're not cheap. I'm telling you.
No. No.
And I didn't even have my own yet, right? So I get them both set up because they wanted to fly them, and I told my granddaughter, "All right, let me show you how to fly this." Got the thing to go way up in the air, and flew it out, and it just kept going. I lost connection with it. We never found it. It just
Oh my
flew.
gosh.
Just flew away.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening too.
But I called the drone company. I called DJI, and they sent me another one. They're
Oh.
like, "Sorry to hear about that," and da da da.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
When it was definitely, and I told them it may have been operator error, but
Yeah.
they're a good company.
That would be a good company purchase for if they stand behind their product, even in that way.
Yeah, for
Michelle
what
O
they
says,
charge for them things, they can.
they can do it.
Hmm.
Michelle O says, I live on the 9th floor of an apartment building in a city that I see drones at night hovering outside other buildings' windows all the time.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That is crazy.
But speaking of drones, the night that they searched for the girls,
Mm-hmm.
right? There was a drone up, and I tried to contact the guy's name is Mike,
Mm-hmm.
and he flies them for a living, or something to that effect. But he charges people money for it,
Yeah.
and he flew the drone that night, and it did not have thermal imaging. It was infrared. Infrared is way cheaper than thermal imaging.
Mm-hmm.
Infrared picks up fluctuations in light. So if it's
Mm-hmm.
a moonlit sky, you can see better than if it's an overcast.
Uh-huh.
It's not heat, but people are like, well, why didn't the drone spot the girls? Now, what's
Yeah.
sketchy is that he forgot to turn record on. And with
Oh.
everything else, the dogs getting called off, them stopping the search
Mm-hmm.
because it was too dangerous, the drone not finding them. You put all of that together, and conspiracy theories start flying.
Right. Right.
But I wanted to talk to him because I am familiar with drones. Purdue is DJI. I don't know if you're talking about a different company is DJI Maverick. It's a nice drone, but they're not easy to fly.
So he forgot to turn it. For a fact he forgot to turn the recording on. Is that what they said?
Yes, that's what he said. Now I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know if that happened or if law enforcement told him just say you forgot to turn the recording on.
Do drones also record audio?
Some. Most do not.
Mm-hmm.
Most do
What
not.
time-
Mine does not.
What time was he flying that drone? Do you remember?
No.
Okay.
No. It had to be near dusk, though, at the very earliest.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
But have you ever flown one of those drones?
No.
They're fun, but they're difficult.
Yeah.
It's easy to lose your bearing.
Yeah.
If you can see it, which the law states you're supposed to, you have to be within eyesight of it. And now I've taken the ceiling off of mine. I had no idea how high these things would go, and that's illegal as well. You're only supposed to be able to fly so high. But I want to see how high it will go, and it's not very big. It's like this big total. The body on it's like that big.
Yeah.
But it's if they're out of your eyesight and you're looking at the monitor, it's easy to lose track which way you pointed. So you can put it in what's called headless mode, to where no matter which way you go, the joystick is up as north, down as south, no matter which way it's facing. So it'll actually fly sideways instead of spinning and going that way. So, that makes it a little bit easier to control. But, these people, like Indie Archive's very skilled with his. So is Thomas Frost. Thomas Frost is very good as well.
Indie Archives had some of the most beautiful footage from the winter of the bridge and of once they replaced that half of the bridge too. It was absolutely stunning.
Yeah, and he has it 4K, so it's a really good resolution. So it's beautiful.
Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Well, I didn't
stuff.
know if it was overnight that they were flying that drone because they couldn't get into certain places or what. And it occurred to me, I wondered, people have really doubted whether that 2 a.m. scream actually happened. And so I was thinking, well, if the drone was flying then, would they have had audio? But sounds like it was more towards dusk. So it might not have audio.
Most of them do not have audio. I mean, think about it. They're too high up.
Yeah.
And you'd hear mostly the buzz of the blades. They're a lot louder than you think. They're not. You can get specialized blades that cuts that down a little bit, but they're still loud. It sounds like a bee.
Yeah, when we were walking on the golf course and it came along, it was like.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is that?
Yeah, they're so fun. But I can fly this thing like probably 5 miles away.
Wow. Now,
Yeah.
Does it have an option on there where it will automatically come back to you if it starts to get out of range or anything?
Yeah, if I have these attachments on it that go on the antennas that make it go further. It'll go further. But if you lose connection with it, it'll stop because it's GPS. It works off of, you have to have at least 7 satellites connected to it, and that thing will just hover there forever until you can move around and get a connection. But it also has, if you're flying, it calculates where it is and how far away it is because it's using GPS.
Yeah.
and it knows where the remote is, home. So if it calculates it, and it'll leave enough battery life to come back. So even if you want to
Oh,
fly,
good.
keep flying it away, it'll stop and come back. It'll start beeping saying it's returning to home, and the thing comes back, and it'll land exactly where you took it off from, within a
Wow.
foot, within a foot or two.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
That is amazing.
they are
Somebody
cool.
in the somebody in the chat said, let me find it here. Something like, why have there been, oh, here we go. Miss Michelle O. Why does this Delphi case have so many things go wrong? A whole chain of things getting lost, not happening properly, etc. Yeah, I think Purdue had a great answer. Because everything is under the microscope and dealing with humans, you are inexperienced in handling such a horrific case. That's it in a nutshell, I think.
Mm.
A lot of what's happening has been because of inexperience. And Doug Carter said it himself, one of his press conferences. He said, at first we weren't functioning together. And then after 3 years or so, they're finally functioning as a well-oiled machine. And I think that's when they were able to figure out that it was Richard Allen and start going down that trail. But we had a lot of, I think there was also, 3 or 4 different, there was Homeland Security, FBI, Carroll County Police, IMPD, and then also the fire department in the search involved. And I think that a lot of egos got in the way of them not working together.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, and some of it is rumor as
yeah.
well about
Mm-hmm.
mistakes being made. We don't know exactly. Now, calling
Right.
the dogs off, that was a mistake.
Yeah.
Tobe ate that one, though. He said, yeah, that
Yeah.
was a mistake. But with so many people out there, that may have not been effective anyways. But it might have got onto the trail. But
Right.
it's
And it
still,
might have, yeah, might have followed his trail out.
right. But that's all they would have had.
Right.
Once he got to the car, it can't follow a car.
Right. But
you know.
they would have known the car and who to attribute it to
Mm-hmm.
by the
Mm-hmm.
car, right?
And with the conservation officer, in my opinion, is that was a canvassing. They will take all hands on deck, and usually they'll go around neighborhoods in a populated area and knock on the doors. Hey, do you see or hear anything? But if it's not a populated area, they will put people at grocery stores, drugstores, department stores, where there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot of traffic. There's a
Mm-hmm.
reason the Girl Scouts set up their table in front of those places, because there's a lot of traffic. So that meeting between Richard Allen and the conservation officer may have been by chance. He was going into the store and he asked him, "Oh yeah, I was there." Blah blah blah. That is very uncommon. When I heard that, yeah, he called law enforcement and told him he was there, and the conservation officer met him at a grocery store. That just doesn't make sense. You always come in murder 101, first day of class. You want to clear anybody that was there or said they were there,
Mm-hmm.
because you really can't commit a crime like this if you're not there. So for them to say, "Oh, just go meet somebody at a grocery store," I can't see that happening. So they had to
Yeah.
have been canvassing, or they're just
Yeah.
putting out false information for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
For a reason, because they said an FBI employee, a civilian employee, misfiled it, and
Mm-hmm.
immediately the FBI come out and said, "Oh hell no, that's not what happened."
Yeah.
so, so we
Well,
don't know how that got overlooked.
right.
You know.
Right. And I did contact the DNR at one point and found that there were only 2 COs working that particular area during that time. And one was Dan Doolin, and I can't remember the name of the other one. I'm going to have to go back and look at my notes on my computer. So we don't know which one it was they talked to.
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
I also had heard way back then that Richard Allen walked those trails all the time. He was a hiker. I mean, we've seen him and his wife hiking in Gatlinburg.
Hmm.
And that he walked those trails all the time. People saw him on the
Yeah.
daily.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of questions, but
Mhm.
I'm here to tell everybody here that law enforcement knows the answers to all these questions.
I
They are,
believe that.
they already know them.
Yeah.
It's an active case, so they're not going to share too much.
Mhm.
Even Freedom of Information Act. Good luck during an active case like this.
Yeah.
And they're not doing it to be assholes. They're not doing it to keep information from the public. They're doing it because they're still working this case. There's other things that haven't been resolved yet, and it could screw everything up. Everything up. We don't deserve answers. A lot of
No.
people act like they do. You know, I demand. Well, it doesn't work like that. We're the watchdogs. Okay, we're here to make sure that the government's not pulling any shady shit. And we do have the right to do that, but that's why we have an open court system and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But during an investigation, it's hard enough as it is. I mean, put yourself in these investigators' shoes. And this is tiny little Delphi. If
Yeah.
this crime occurred in Central Park at New York City, they would have a harder time with this because it's so populated. But
Right.
they're a little bit more prepared for something like this to happen, though, because they've been through it. Delphi has not. And right away, they should have reached out to other agencies that have better experience with this kind of thing. But
Mhm.
it's a pride thing. No, we'll solve it ourselves. We don't need any help. You know,
Yeah.
it's like Coach Kev said, and it goes on in the fire department, where they will not go to help because no, that's our jurisdiction. We didn't call anybody to come help us because they didn't
Mhm.
call us last time when they needed help.
Uh-huh.
It's childish ego shit.
Right. Exactly. And that's part of what I think happened at the beginning that got things confused, you know. And then the FBI put up 6,000 billboards around the country, which brought in so many tips that it probably overwhelmed law enforcement, and that could easily cause things to get lost. Are you frozen or are you just sitting still?
No, I'm sorry. I just got another message.
Okay.
I'm sorry. What did you say? I apologize. See,
That's
that's
okay.
why I got this on silent. I should have never
Yeah.
looked at it.
I said, then the FBI put out 6,000 billboards around the country. And I'm sure that the tips that they got from all of that probably just inundated,
Hmm.
the law enforcement, and things got buried.
Right.
See what else we got in the chat here. Let's see. Cat in the Hat. The fact that it's still considered active with supposedly the killer in custody is alarming. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they don't have it all figured out. It could mean that they can't prove it yet.
Hmm. It's a huge case. It's a
Mm-hmm.
huge case. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
just take if you start with Keegan Klein's accounts and Dropbox and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
There are other predators that are contacting him. We know that for a fact because of the transcription of his interview. That another
Yeah.
one was posing as a female, talking to him. They figured out that each other was doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you get that person's information, and then you go through their phone and you get more information on other people, and it just keeps going. But you need subpoenas for all that. You have to subpoena that, and you can't let those people know that what you're doing.
Right.
But yes, Purdue. I would bet money that Richard Allen's going to plea out. The actions that his attorneys are taking tells me that they're trying to set him up to be in the most favorable position for a plea. They know they know that they're screwed. They know that they're screwed. So
Yeah.
they're going to try and set him up in the best position possible.
Somebody asked on the live the other night that I was on why, if there are other people involved, why he hasn't come clean with who it is. And I said, basically because he would have to admit he's guilty yet. and he hasn't admitted that he is guilty. So I think that if we do see a plea, I think that he's definitely going to have come forward with information about others involved.
Right. Well, until everything comes out, like I said, I would settle for the coroner's report at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and
Right.
you know, I would love to talk to Vito, but you know, who the hell am I? He's gonna tell me to go outside and go F myself. Go play hide and go F yourself.
Yeah. Well, I know people that have had ongoing conversations with Vito because they were communicating with Kagan. I'm sure they have lots of information they could share.
Oh, absolutely.
Michelle says, Ruckus, that's what I think the big shock that Kevin Greenlee alluded to will be a plea deal. Could be.
Yeah, it may be. But it would just be an announcement of a plea deal.
Right.
Yeah. And Kevin would know because the paperwork that he put in was done through the defense. He had to go through the channels to try and get information released. And my opinion is they're trying to get this information released to taint the jury pool, to try and get this to a different venue if it's going to go to trial. So he is definitely communicating with the defense team, and I can't see Kevin not asking questions if they indeed reached out to him for his assistance. So he would know more than anybody else would.
I know at one point they were trying to get Richard Allen to be able to be on house arrest and go home during this. And having read a case that Andrew Baldwin was in that I discussed earlier, where he actually was able to do that because he got the ballistics information thrown out for the case of someone else. I'm just wondering if that's something that they're trying to do in this case. It was also a murder trial.
You know, I wish I knew what was going on in there.
Yeah, Frank.
Well, nobody in there can hear us.
I know. We should have posted somebody at the door with a glass.
Oh, up against the wall.
and a phone to text with.
Yeah, it gets crazy. You know, I can see like the old movies where all the reporters are running for the 3 phone booths at the courthouse.
I know.
Calling in what they heard.
Right.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they'll all run out of there. So yeah, I don't think that my person did not respond back when I asked them if Carrie did indeed make it into town after working all night, and if she was in the courtroom. She didn't respond back, but somebody that's in that group chat responded back and said they didn't think so. They didn't think she made it. You know, living that far away, that would be hard. And having other children that you're responsible for, you would have to weigh which trials, which hearings are most important to attend.
I don't know that I'd want to be sitting in a courtroom that close to someone that participated in what happened to my child.
Yeah, I don't know if I could trust myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Now, I understand. I've never been in that position, but I understand people that, you know, they want to be there and they want to put eyes on them and make eye contact and all that. But
yeah, I know that part of the family wants the death penalty, and I know that Kelsey does not. She has gone through extensive counseling and
Oh, I can
through
imagine.
counseling with a professional and counseling with her pastor. And she has not forgotten, but forgiven, because, you know, the Bible says you have to forgive or you won't be forgiven. And so she's been able to come to terms with a lot of stuff. And a lot of people didn't understand why she was angry at one point with Libby, but that's actually part of the grieving process.
Mm.
Even people who've had, um, and I can, my best friend passed away almost 8 years ago. We were extremely close, and it was shocking. She had a grand mal seizure and passed away. And so there were even times that I was upset, like, why did she leave me? You know, so I get that. It's part of
Mm.
the grieving process, and it would
Sure.
be natural, especially for someone who was just barely 17 years old. And you have to understand that for a long time, Kelsey was like a mom for Libby. Before they came to live with their grandparents, she had to be responsible for her and take care of her. And in talking with Becky, I know that she loved her not just as a sister, but as a mom, as a mother figure too. And
Mm.
what is that noise? There's like a buzzing.
Here?
Um, yeah,
Oh, yeah, it is here.
yeah. And
Sounds
so,
like my wife's running the vacuum. I'm sorry.
oh, okay. So anyway, it would be really exceptionally hard for her to deal with losing not only your sister, but someone that you were responsible for taking care of and that you loved in that way. So, you know, I hope people will look at her with compassion and understand how young she was to go through that.
Mm. Mm. It, everybody reacts differently to things
Hmm.
like this,
Yeah,
you know, and your husband knows this. That you know, you can't judge anybody the way they react to something like this.
right.
You can't. We don't know how we'd all react,
Exactly.
you know.
Right. And it's easy as a creator, it's easy to take a little excerpt of someone's facial expression and edit it and make it look like it's something that it isn't. When you see videos like that, run.
Mm. Yeah, exactly.
Run. Run towards the creators that are just sharing truth.
Well, I mean, you can get everything that you can get from a YouTube creator. You can get from the news,
Absolutely.
you know. So it's not like it's mandatory to come to YouTube.
Hmm.
You know, you can get everything from the news. You can research it
Yeah,
yourself on Google. It's just a way of being like a little community and sharing information and stuff like that.
exactly. And sharing thoughts about it and questions, you know, and even feelings about it. So
Hmm. Yeah, you can't hear my wife vacuuming on any news channel. You know, you can only get that here.
I feel so privileged.
Yes.
uh,
Shane, locally it's 11:32 a.m.
mhm. GP says it's very disturbing. I've been in that position, and during my niece's case, you're about 4 or 5 feet from the person, so it's very hard to just sit there and listen and not want to touch the people.
I can
I can
imagine.
imagine.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And if I'd have been there with you, I'd have to maybe go after Garrett Kurtz.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that guy's a piece of work too, isn't he?
Oh,
Him and his
I
whole
don't.
crew.
I don't think he's involved in this because I
I
think
don't
he
either.
is such a manipulator and a jerk that he would have used that if he knew anything at all, or if he was involved, he would have used it to his benefit. And
Hmm.
I know that people point to Open Secrets videos, and I think it's remarkable what she did, and there is some truth in there. But I also know through the grapevine that he told people that he was stringing her along to let her hear just enough of what she wanted to hear so she continued to put money on his books. And I think he's just that kind of a creep.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's bar bunnies too.
I'm sorry, what?
Bar bunnies,
Oh,
women and men that reach out and make pen pals out of these people that are in prison and send.
oh,
Some of them marry
yeah,
them, but they
yeah.
send them money and all that. It's crazy.
It's called hybristophilia.
Yeah, it's called stupid or
Yeah.
failure.
Eh, bar bunnies.
Yeah, because there's badge bunnies. There's women and men out there that only
Yeah.
date law enforcement.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, we call them badge bunnies, and the ones that try and get with people that are in prison, the higher the profile, the better.
Mm-hmm.
Those are bar bunnies.
Right. Yeah, I don't get that. The hybristophilia, I guess there's a couple reasons that people do that. One of them is that they can have a relationship with someone that they don't have to be intimate with or never have to really to see. One of the reasons too is that they want the fame that it can bring.
Well,
It's kind of a weird thing.
there's there's people out there that do that.
Yeah,
I don't understand it.
I don't either.
You know, I wonder what their families think once they find out.
Oh gosh.
You know, that's good. That makes
And
for
then,
awkward Thanksgivings.
yeah. And there are people that legitimately go into doing that trying to help law enforcement.
Hmm.
I know of one particular person that was talking, and there was a law enforcement person kind of guiding that person for a while. So, yeah.
That's crazy. It's
Yep.
I wouldn't want to have to deal with it
No.
at all. At all.
Yeah,
And
me
can
either.
you and people that are innocent that get accused of things,
Mm-hmm.
family or not, I mean, that takes a toll on you. You know?
I can't imagine. I mean, the stress that it could cause. And, then Becky ended up with cancer.
Mm.
And she told me that she believes that God allowed her to live because they gave her a 30% chance of survival. And she believes God allowed her to live to help find Libby's killer and Libby and Abby's. And so when you see her on, recording saying, I'm not sure I have to reframe and figure out what my purpose is now. Don't you think that's in her mind?
Oh yeah,
You know?
absolutely.
So now what
Absolutely.
does God need from me? Yeah. But there are people who would like to vilify her um, and Kelsey and the whole family. I'm not into that.
Hmm.
If somebody in the family ends up being involved, then we'll find that out. Meanwhile, we don't have to accuse when we don't have any proof of any of that.
Well, and I get it. I do. I get it. There's people out there that do believe that.
Yeah.
And I understand that. We don't all have to agree on everything.
No.
This is all speculation. But that said, I mean, there's no wiggle room.
Mm-hmm.
There's no wiggle. It's like I said, I use good point a lot, and I go all the way back to the beginning again. And it just seems that some people don't have that ability
Mm-hmm.
to say,
Right.
"Oh, you know what, good point." And
Yeah.
no, if it does not meet their agenda and their narrative, they don't. And I guess they don't get that gut feeling, that says,
Yeah.
"Oh shit, maybe that is a good point." But once the truth comes out, I don't expect any of those people. They'll say it's all part of a conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely. Well,
yeah.
I kind of gave a little bit of an advice, and that is, if you have a theory, at first I said take your theory backwards to see if you can find any proof of that's happened in the past, documentation to back that up at all. But also, see if it fits into a timeline. I mean,
Hmm.
if we know approximately what time the girls were dropped off and what time they're saying that everything was over, take your theory and see if someone could walk that distance to another bridge, which is 37 minutes walking away, and walk 37 minutes back from Wilson Bridge, commit a murder, stage the scene, and then walk to their car. Does that fit into any time span? I mean, that's a good way to see if your theory is going to work at all. And if it won't fit in there and it's an impossibility, that can't be what happened.
Yeah. Well, and like I said, it doesn't matter. None of us know. None of us know.
Oh, we traded sides.
How'd that happen?
I don't know.
Frank must be back.
Frank messing with us.
He must be out in the hallway or something.
Or maybe it just does it every once in a while. I don't know.
But to me, it's okay if they want to discuss all that. That's fine. That's fine.
Discuss, but in discussing it, make sure look at it and see if it fits into it, and if it works. If not, then look at a different idea.
But it just causes problems. Because they're very passionate about it, and they'll go into other people's comments and start shit. But
right.
To me, it's not shit. I could care less.
Yeah. And I'm not against looking at other options. I'm totally against it. But I want to analyze it and see if it is valid. If it's not, if it can't, that can't be it. If aliens didn't do it, I'm not going to say they did.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But phones are supposed to be off while inside the courthouse. Jinx, you're in here. Is there anything going on outside or anything?
Yeah, Jinx, are you there?
I know that Indy is, but I haven't seen him in the chat.
Good point, Justice Angel. Law enforcement looks at the inner circle first and works their way out from there. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Nope. Jinx says nope. Everything is just waiting. They'll break for lunch at some point.
Eventually.
Hopefully soon.
Yeah, let Frank do some work around here.
Right?
What the hell's the matter with him?
Oh my goodness. We might have to take a coffee break.
Yeah, go ahead. If you want to take a break, go ahead. I can hold it down for a little bit.
I might jump off here in a second for a couple minutes, get something to eat.
Yeah, no worries. No worries whatsoever. I think I'm trapped. If she's vacuuming, she's probably Swiffering right after that. Swiftering.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I'm trapped in here for a little bit, probably. I know how shit works around here.
Archluck says Tobe can't go more than 2 hours without food. Lunch will be soon.
Well, to be honest with you, and I know this is going to sound crazy to some of you guys, they have to feed Richard Allen by a certain point. So.
The law says that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They have a tray sitting in his holding cell there right now. Guarantee you. Guarantee
and would
you.
that, let's just talk about that. Would that be food that they ordered out from somewhere? Or
No.
No.
No. Usually they send it with him.
Oh.
You know, sandwiches, stuff like that.
Yuck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they wouldn't order out food because of the chance somebody could poison him? Is that?
It's several different reasons. A, why the hell should he get that? Because, if he it's just like Kagan when they brought him out and they brought him to the River Search.
Yeah.
He was back in the pod bragging that they bought me pizza and Taco Bell and Jack in the Box and Burger King, That's
just like he drives a Ferrari.
Now they may have. I mean, they want information from him. I'm sure you've seen interrogation videos where they bring in fast food for them and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing going on now is caffeine and nicotine.
Yeah. And lots of it.
I'd like to see how this judge operates.
Judge Gull.
Yeah.
I've heard mixed things. I like what I've heard of her, what I've seen of her. I mean, and then I've heard other people say that she's not respected by her peers. I don't know.
Hmm. There's very few judges that I got along with.
Very.
They're attorneys.
Attorneys.
Yeah, they're attorneys first.
Right.
You know, but then they get this big, huge power surge, and they flip flop. I know a few of them that when they were attorneys, they were okay, but then once they made judge, and that's political as well. So
Right. Right.
Archlex says we have seen how she operates in secrecy.
Yeah. Roxy says you wouldn't believe the things they get fed in prison. Nasty stuff. I'm not going there. I don't ever want to go there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at straight and narrow.
Jinx, yes, I'm checking my phone. I'm not seeing anything that says that they're out or anything.
Yeah. I haven't seen anything either. Definitely.
Well, go grab a bite to eat.
All right. I'll be back in a few.
I'll hold this down. I got it.
I know you do.
I can handle it. Now, if this is for a plea, yeah, his attorneys could bring him food, yeah, but the state's not going to do it. The county, whatever, they're not going to do it. They'll just have a tray sent from the jail, and it'll be a cold tray. It's a lunch tray, anyways. But I'm sure he's on special diet. He's on finger food. They're not going to give him any utensils or anything like that. We do not want him offing himself before we can get him the trial at all costs. That's the main thing. But Jinx, what am I supposed to be checking my phone for? I did check it. Did somebody email me or something? I don't want to be rude. Just go through the chat here, see if there's anything. Shane's had breakfast, lunch, and alcohol already. Nearly dinner time here. Shane, where are you in England? Right? Are you British? Yeah, there's not much going on. Four Pits, are you going to be in Delphi next month while I'm there? Or have you been around the Newport Richie area? I know you're out and about. My shoulders are getting there, Lakeside. It's just going to take time. The right one was done at the end of December, and the left one was done at the beginning of April, so it's just going to take time. This rehab shit sucks, but it helps a lot. It really helps a lot. Beer for breakfast. You got that right, Dominic. You can't say you've been drinking all day unless you start in the morning. You know, what do you guys think about this hold on a second. Hey Grace, how are you? Yes, waiting game. Unfortunately. Frank needs to spill what he's hiding from you all and his own friends around cases in Indy, and his silence like theirs Shall I drop the PMs with Frank? No, hunting evil. No, no need to do any of that. Behave. This isn't my channel. This is Frank's channel. Take it up with him. Whatever it is, take it up with him. So we're going to be like two ships passing in the night then, 4 Pits. Because I'm heading there on the 11th. But if you're going to be in this area before that, man, hit me up. Hit me up. If Ellie, now if this hearing is, they're supposed to suppress some evidence. Well, ask to have it suppressed. But I doubt they're going to suppress any of the ballistics evidence. The judge will give the defense every opportunity to dispute it, to bring in experts and stuff like that. So I don't think that's going to get in the defense's favor. Yeah, July 16th at Riley Park. Any of you guys that can make it, bring your family and stuff like that. It'll be fun. I'd love to meet all you guys. I think Jinx reserved it from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Cook some food, tell some lies, talk about some true crime. But it'd be nice to meet you guys and shake your hands and stuff like that. A lot of good people. I pissed a lot of people off, too. Yeah, Dominic, I think they can be communicating through their attorneys. But that's all posturing stuff. Oh, can't wait till the hearing. I take stand and a lot hitting. Hunting evil. Listen, take that shit somewhere else, man. I'm not gonna deal with it. Like I said, you can take it up with Frank. You have your own channel too. You can take it up on your channel. No alcohol allowed. That's not so much fun. Oh, I don't know, Dominic, if they've been in a room together. I don't know. Let me see here. Okay, well, if that's the case, they sure took a risk in the way they took him into custody. Inviting him down for a chat could have been disastrous. What if he offed himself or his family or anyone? Oh, I've been over that with you before, Kay. That's a risk that they have to take with everybody. With everybody. They had him come down there and they interviewed him, Kay, and asked him questions like, hey, have you ever loaned your gun out and stuff like that? And he said no. So that's the kind of thing. He can't go back now and say, no, I never said that. You know? But yes, he definitely could have offed himself. He definitely could have killed somebody else, but that's anybody and everybody, Kay. But they were effective, right? You have to give him that much, Kay. They were effective. He did not kill himself. He did not kill anybody else or hurt anybody else. So they obviously did it the right way in this case. That's not always the case. You hear of people offing themselves, but that's like the trash taking itself out. They already had the evidence, though. That's why he was arrested. And they had to probably wait for something to come back from the lab, is what it was. Let me see if I can do something here. I don't even know if I'm a mod in Frank's channel here. Maybe, I may not be. Oh, it looks like somebody got him. Okay. Jinx, 32-ounce cups hides the alcohol. Yeah, Dominic, I'm absolutely positive that Kagan's involved. He has to be. He created the Anthony Shots account. If nothing else, he's involved with that.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like somebody
What did I miss?
Hunting Evil
Oh,
is doing his thing.
okay.
Yeah, I don't understand what his thing is. I'm not a mod, so I can't do anything.
Oh,
Are
I
you?
am.
Okay, yeah.
I am. Do I need to do something?
Can you send him back to his channel for me?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. There you go.
I've seen other creators. He's never come on my channel and did anything,
Mm-hmm.
but I've seen other creators, including Sleuth, beg with him to stop. Listen, it's not the time or place. Stop.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even want to get into it.
He's dedicated. I'll give him that much. He's dedicated.
Yeah, something.
Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with the guy personally, but he gets disrupted. It's just never ending.
Yeah.
It's never ending.
Yeah. 4 pit bulls and a toy hauler act across America. That's quite a name. Says there's a lot of shade at that park and it's a very beautiful place. Awesome.
But no alcohol.
No alcohol. Now I don't think you can have it in the state or city park. Can you have it in a state park?
I'm not sure. I have it wherever I want, though. It's like Poor Pitch said, that's what a 32-ounce cup is for. Yeah, I don't know the dude, Grizz. I've seen him on other people's channels, but I haven't seen him. Nothing yet, Mustang.
Yep, nothing yet. I had a little snack and now I've got some nuts I'm eating. Some protein.
Yeah, can you imagine if I go there and I do bring alcohol and I get locked up? I'll be in jail in Carroll County.
We'll bail you out. Oh, you could get some inside information. Maybe we won't bill you.
Right.
Kay says, what if he thought he was caught, though, and knew he'd be arrested? Don't think that's usually the way they take double child murders into custody. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe
I don't know that.
Closely.
Now, Kay, what is your take? What do you think that they should have done? Because I think this has to be the 10th time that she's asked me this and mentioned this to me. Mm-hmm. What is your solution, Kay? I know I've asked you that before and I've never really gotten anything in response. What is your solution? How could they have done it differently? Because everything worked out fine. Mm-hmm. But what she's saying is, and it is a good point, that, they asked him to come in for questioning, and then a few days later, they arrested him. So there was some time between the search warrant and the arrest. But she's asked it several times, and I've told her several times that, they were watching him. They knew what was going on.
A Babylonian Cowboy says, RA is innocent and I can prove it. Go for it. Let's hear it, cowboy.
Could prove it. Not can. Could.
Could.
But you know what? You may be absolutely right. Absolutely right. Until he's proven guilty, he is innocent.
That's right.
But I highly doubt that they're going to waste this much time, energy, and resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Did you think it was interesting that they waited until Doug Carter was in Europe to arrest him?
Now, why was Doug Carter in Europe?
I don't know. I've heard mixed things. I've heard it was a vacation, and I've also heard, it was more checking on the Yellow app. But I tend to think, from who I heard it from, that it was just a planned vacation.
Mm-hmm. I have no idea why he was there. But they arrested him, and then Doug Carter came back. I know that. They didn't wait for Doug Carter to come back to arrest him.
Right.
He came back for the press conference about the arrest.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
So, but I wonder, I'm interested to see what Babylon Cowboy has to say.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard of, has anybody ever heard of Babylon Cowboy?
Babylon, yeah. Mm-hmm. Don't hate me because I am right. Well, we can't hate you because we don't know what your
yeah,
theory
I'm not hating on you, Babylon Cowboy.
Yeah,
I don't even know
we
who
don't know
you
what
are.
your theory is.
I've just never seen him before or heard of him.
Oh, yeah?
You have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he's El Gaucho. Have you heard of El Gaucho?
Mm-mm.
No. He does kind of spoofs on YouTubers that are making claims that aren't truthful. He'll do funny spoofs on them.
Oh.
If it's who I think it is. I mean, if that's the same person.
Let's see what Kay said. Think they should have gone in the middle of the night with a SWAT like BK. Watching him could have stopped him from taking a butcher knife to himself or family, whoever.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Kay, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you 100%. There's a reason behind it, and I'm sure somebody will ask that.
Yeah.
Oh, is Babylon Cowboy, is that Chris Todd?
No, I thought that Chris Todd was another what was the one? There's another one that is Chris Todd, I know, but I don't know if it Babylon Cowboy is Chris Todd.
Because I don't know anything about Chris Todd either. I've only heard his name.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. So it's somebody posing as Babylonian Cowboy.
Ah. So we got Babylon and Babylonian. That's the difference?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Gotcha.
Just saw that, Arch. Thanks for pointing that out. Sometimes when the crawl's moving and you're just reading stuff, you don't notice things like that. But he's right.
Yeah.
So yeah, it might be Chris Todd under another name. And for those of you who don't know, he's the one that wrote the book.
What book?
About Ron Logan being bridge guy.
Oh. Okay. I haven't seen it. What's it called? Ron Logan is bridge guy?
I don't remember what it's called, Forrest, but forest for the trees, or I don't know. I can't remember what it's called.
Okay. Now, Kay, and again, like I said, I agree with you. But they followed him across the country. Okay. While they were developing evidence against him. Same thing. Now, he could have crashed his car head on into a family of 6 on his way to Pennsylvania when law enforcement was watching him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if Richard Allen didn't come in, they would have kicked his door in and got him. You know, there's a lot of questions that we don't know all the answers to, Kay, because law enforcement hasn't shared. Why wasn't Kagan Klein arrested when they found the CSAM on his person, on his devices? They waited 3 years to arrest him. He could have hurt some other girls. He could have catfished him. He could have hurt himself.
I think that they probably were watching and monitoring his social media during that time, and that's how that they've gotten so many chomos, arrested so many chomos, because there have been hundreds. I mean, I see them pop up every day. Sometimes there'll be a list with 32 names on it, and I always wonder, is that one connected to this CSAM case? So maybe they were monitoring his social media.
They were definitely monitoring his social media. There's no doubt about that.
And keeping an eye on what he was doing to make sure no one actually got hurt.
Mm.
But I don't think Kagan is one of those that he likes to do what he does in his own secrecy and pretending he's somebody that he's not. You know, almost to the point where he's delusional at times, saying, yeah, I have a Ferrari. He forgets he's not Anthony Schatz.
Mm. But Kay, I just made that point. Just made that point with you because you brought up Kohlberger. Oh, they should have done it the way they done Kohlberger. They watched him drive across the whole country, knowing that he was the prime suspect.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. This is America. You don't just get arrested on a hunch. They have to be able to prove it. They have to have a warrant signed. A search warrant is totally different than a PCA, than an arrest warrant. And now you don't need an arrest warrant signed by a judge. You can arrest somebody if as the deputy, as the officer, as law enforcement, you believe that there's probable cause. You arrest them. You write that probable cause affidavit. They see the judge in their first appearance, and the judge decides at that time whether or not there's probable cause.
Mm-hmm.
So Doug was on vacation.
That's what I thought. That's what I heard.
And so they contacted him and told him, "Hey, we made this arrest. You need to come back for the press conference."
I would like to have been privy to that conversation.
Yeah.
Puri says Libby had water in her lungs. We don't know that for sure. We've heard rumors that someone saw that in, on paperwork, but that person wasn't able to present the paperwork. So.
What does A low mean? I see what Puri says. Libby had water in her lungs. A low. What does that mean?
I have to roll back and see. I don't know what A low. I assumed that was a typo.
Oh, maybe that meant a lot.
Maybe.
Forgot the T. Well, Puri, here's the thing. How do you know she had water in her lungs? Nobody has seen the coroner's report.
Yeah.
Nobody has.
That's what I was saying. Someone claimed to have seen the coroner's report, but then when I questioned them, they couldn't produce it.
And that's fine. You just have to... You just have to question motives with that kind of stuff. You know, if I saw the coroner's report, I wouldn't tell anybody. Do you follow me? I wouldn't tell anybody because of this exact thing.
Right.
A, what would it accomplish? You just get rid to death about, I want receipts. Okay, well, go to Walmart self-checkout,
Right,
But
right.
unless you had a copy of it, but this leaking a little bit of information here and there, I don't believe any of it.
Yeah.
I don't believe any of it. And and of course, I'm telling you, if I said, Puri, who told you that? Well, a very reliable source. I get that a lot. There's sources that I talk to that I do believe them. And I
Hmm.
think they are reliable, but I still don't mention it because I certainly can't back it up outside of somebody told me. And that just doesn't cut it for me. They call that hearsay in court.
Grizz says he's seen it, but he thinks it's totally fake.
You seen what? A coroner's report?
That's what he says. I did see something floating around, I guess it's been about a year ago, but after looking at it, it wasn't authentic. It didn't come from the person, though, that I had questioned. It came from somewhere else.
Oh, okay. There's just
Yes,
too much at
Carol.
stake.
Yeah, Carol, Frank's in the courtroom. Kay says they had all of that on Richard Allen. The difference here is RA was forewarned with his home searched. I'm pretty sure he would have known they weren't inviting him down for a picnic. Well, regardless, it happened. And
Yeah. I don't think I'll ever be able to convince her otherwise.
yeah.
Because that has to be at least the 10th time that she's asked me that.
Yeah. Well, it's obviously something that's still bugging her. Yeah, Melissa, as far as we know, Frank is still in the courtroom. But as Ruckus said, they're going to have to provide Richard Allen with lunch here pretty soon. So at some point, we probably should have gone live at 10. But, Frank had to open up this live because he had to go into the courtroom. Support with Steppa says, hey, at Imposter Cowboy, Ron Logan was filming Breaking Amish, therefore he was not PG. Okay. Yeah, I'm not saying that Ron Logan was or wasn't involved in any way. I mean, we don't know. Maybe that's where Richard was taking the girls. We don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't have an alibi for that time.
Right. So I haven't completely wiped him out, but he is definitely not the person on the bridge. Ron Logan was, according to people that know him very well, close to 6'3". He was tall. So even if he was only 6 foot, that's not the person on the bridge. One dead giveaway is, look at the bottom hem of Richard Allen's pants, the picture of him on the bridge. His pant legs are all wrinkled up because he has short legs. That doesn't happen with tall men. Tall men are, have problem finding pants that will reach down to their shoes. It's not going to be all crinkled up like that. That's a short man. Harrison, no, I'm not single. Oh.
Yeah, Harrison wants to know who the fuck I am. And just by the way Harrison is talking, Harrison knows who I am.
I've heard that Mrs. Liebert, are you meaning Mrs. Liebert? I've heard that there's a person connected with being possible witness with the last name Liebert that is related to Tobe. And that they may have in fact done one of the sketches. But I don't know if that part's true, but that's what I've heard. C4P says 3 letters, FSG. Nah, I don't think it is Dave McCain. And even Harvey Carroll, who was the person who claimed it was FSG the most, has completely turned around and said it's not FSG, that it's Richard Allen. Cowboy wants to know if Ruckus is single.
People have nothing better to do today, I guess. You do know there's a power button on your computer, right?
Yeah. Harrison Hipgrave says, no, sorry, Ruckus. I mean, who's Richard Allen? Richard Allen is the person who's accused of killing Liberty German and Abby Williams in the Delphi case. And that's why we're here today talking about this.
He knows that, or she knows that, or whoever it is. Just being a prick.
Oh, so you know this person.
No, I don't. But I mean, it doesn't take much to figure him out.
Mm.
Yeah, who first told me to shut up. Yeah, that's gonna work.
Yeah.
Yeah, next you know they'll be coming to get me. They're gonna get me.
Stefan now says Ron Logan is in the witness protection program as an Amish farmer living his best life.
What happened?
Steffa says Ron Logan is in the witness protection program working as an Amish farmer living his best life. Steph,
Building furniture.
Hilarious. Yeah, Steph is hilarious. I don't know if you heard this the other night I was talking about when I was on It's a Criming Shame. This has been back a couple years ago, I think. We sent a lady that goes by Mama Libra Skills. She used to be in our chat, and we sent her to Delphi, and she went to the bridge and walked around and filmed and did some live, and then she went live to Ron Logan's house and knocked on his door, and he did not answer. She went all around, knocked on the front, back, etc. And we found out later that was actually when he was in the hospital with the C virus, which you're not supposed to say on YouTube, but you know what it is. And so the one thing that she said was there was an overbearing in that area smell of bacon cooking, not like necessarily from his house, but in that area. And then someone on the live said that's meth. I don't know. Does meth smell like bacon cooking?
People are hung up on that.
Yeah.
The drug theory.
Yeah. But I thought that was interesting. It wasn't long after that we found out he did pass away. He had been on a ventilator. Harrison wants to know what shampoo you use, Ruckus.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. Right to the bald jokes.
Angela Luster says, meth smells like bacon? Really doubt that. I have no idea. I just thought that was funny, and I thought it was interesting that somebody said that.
Well, that just tells you that that's the thing. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
How do you know what meth smells like, Dominic?
Meth smells like crack.
Yeah. How do you know what crack smells like?
Low-hanging fruit says meth smells like sulfur, but Delphi has a bacon festival every year. Yeah, this was in the winter, so it wasn't during the bacon festival. I'm familiar with that, the bacon festival in Delphi and the Tipton Pork Festival.
Mm-hmm. I'm in Philly, dude. It's not Dominic.
Kay says, I've never seen so many people overwhelmed after supposedly finding this mad dog killer they'd been searching for all these years. That day sure wasn't the day you'd expect. Seemed disappointed. I don't think it was disappointed, Kay. I think it was that all the feelings of when they first lost the girls and found out, all those feelings came flooding back. And so I think that they were psychologically dealing with that, and they also, there may be something we don't know. Maybe they had no idea that there would be other actors involved. And so while they see this person arresting, now the story sounds bigger to them. And I'm sure they met with law enforcement before and found all this out. So I think it was a lot to deal with. I don't think that they were disappointed. I think they were in shock and dealing with past feelings. Oh, somebody's coming in. Frankmeister. There he is.
It's me. It's
Hello,
me.
sir.
What's
We're
up,
not
brother?
even close to being over, guys. It went from a suppression hearing. They're resetting the suppression hearing, and they went on to the bail hearing. Can y'all
So
hear
they're
me?
doing the bail hearing.
Yes.
So they are
The
going to
suppression hearing. They're going to reset the suppression hearing, and they're doing the bond and bail hearing right now. We're
Okay,
on an hour
beautiful.
lunch break. Huh?
Beautiful. That's good. We'll get to find out a lot today.
But I'm going to tell you something right now is that Cass County Sheriff Schroeder just fucked Tobe Leslie in court.
How?
with what?
Told he brought up on the stand. They've already had like 4 witnesses on the stand, and the sheriff from Cass County directly told the defense that Tobe Leslie told him he does not want Richard Allen in his jail.
Oh,
What's up, guys?
shit.
Hey, say hey to Thomas.
What's up?
What up, Frosty?
Man,
I've got about
Thomas.
6 pages of notes and
Hey,
stuff,
hey.
guys. I mean, I've got a bunch of notes. So
Start
I don't know if
reading
you guys can still hang out because we want to do lunch real quick, and I'll just come back later and do a live and call you guys back in.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, guys, but we've been in there for 2.5 hours already, and the judge decided to take a lunch for an hour, so that's what we're going to do. And when I get back in,
We've been sitting here since 8.
I know, I totally understand. Sorry, guys, we didn't realize it was going to take that long. But
Yeah.
once we get back into Indianapolis, I will call you and Ruckus, and we'll go live again. How's that?
Sounds good.
Perfect. Sounds perfect.
All right, guys. Thank you. All right, see you guys in a little bit.
Later.
Bye.
Bye, guys.